So as I was saying, did I not fix the monitor? We are, well, we're doing the 4th zone. God, I've been looking forward to this for about 4 months now, give or take.
Livia's patience is overrun. We must buy the villagers time before the reckoning can launch.
So,
this land was not what we expected.
flames. They tunneled up through the lake bed. Livia's patience has already fallen.
The Day of Darkness changed everything.
We have to stop this here, Horde Runner. Flames. We cannot survive if this is not stopped. At least we can use the power of our airships. The Reckoning's guns will turn this tide. We just need time to get it ready.
We must rely on outsiders to save the Arathi.
I will see you through the shadow.
We have to try to save any of our people left alive in Livia's patience. Every Arathi is or was a member of the military. If you can help them, they'll be able to help themselves.
A beacon in the dark.
Stalwarts, we are the wall today. Together we will stand against the darkness.
We need to evacuate the villages before the Reckoning's bombardment.
Do we have to? I mean, we can just bomb them. So, there's our last airship outpost, and if we go down a bit, we see our last little settlement. This is one of the other front lines, and as you can see, it used to be pretty well defended. It's been knocked over. And there's a bunch of Nerubians here. And then there's more going down. We'll get to down in a minute. For now, let's rescue some people, shall we? And good morning, Uthor. Well, my personal thought is it's probably Yasharaj. But I don't have anything concrete thinking that. Yeah, so this used to be a lake right here. You can actually still see how the water kind of pools into it. And you can see where the surface of the lake used to be. Ignore that. Yeah, a lot of roots down here.
May Beladar stay in the light.
So I looked it up. Those are the roots of Eluna here. We'll talk more about what Eluna here is later. Don't worry about it too much. What's weird, though, is in the beta, they flat out said in-game that it was Eluna here's roots, and then they decided to adjust the language to make it more vague in the release. Not sure why.
In hardship, kindness.
I do know there's another intense shadow here. Oh shoot, I lost it, didn't I? I did, I'm done. I mean, I know designers change their minds about things all the time, but if there's no other information, that kind of thing can be helpful in deducing things. If I'm being honest, I don't think the Black Blood is any individual Old God's blood. Spoilers, Black Blood is Old God's blood. I know, huge spoiler. ignore this thing following me around here.
Feel the warmth of the sacred flame.
One of the things I like about this quest, when you go talk to rescue somebody, they just say, give me a minute. When you talk to them, gameplay-wise, what happens is it spawns an ad that attacks you, and then after X amount of time, regardless of whether you kill the ad or not, they come back and they have successfully armored up. They then join the fight and speed it up if you haven't killed it already. Okay, smart.
In hardship, kindness.
Oh yeah. Everyone who isn't a child in the Halothal is or was a soldier. All of them. Interesting first look into the Storm Guardians, right?
Outsiders are a welcome.
Everyone is evacuated. The Nerubians are massing for another assault. Fall back! Quickly! Before the Nerubians overwhelm us! Despite everything, the Arathi find joy.
Between myself, Illyria, Anduin, and you, I think we managed to save quite a few. The Nerubians abducted many of the rest. We need to help them.
If you are lost in darkness, we are here to help.
These Nerubians keep coming. Normally I'd be grateful for my enemies to throw themselves at us in such a blatant manner, but they're keeping me from my true quarry. Huh.
I will not fail again.
We are a light in the darkness. In my heart, there is fire.
We have to get out of here, now!
Where's Anduin?
Even if someone else carries the torch.
Anduin!
No!
It's a thing, is Maristar.
Curse them all! Where did they take him? Do you see Anduin?
They dragged him down! I lost track of him.
Ash! We can't let them reach Mereldar! Blast them apart!
I love the Trigun, by the way.
Flame protects us!
Oh no, this is a great sequence. It's effectively the same It's the inverse of the Warlord's Draenor starter, if you're paying attention. And yeah, I'm sure you caught that Faerun is now empowering our bolts even more than usual, and we've got a ranged Consecrate. Yeah, this is a surprisingly well-designed and good vehicle section.
The darkness hungers. Let's give Xal'atath's forces a taste of their own shadows.
And yeah, her ability, appropriate for the Void, doesn't actually do all that much damage, but it yanks everything in a huge area together. Watch this for a sec. Junk! And then the Consecrate finishes them off. That's smart. I like that a lot. That is really well designed. And it's even thematically appropriate. The Void isn't the thing killing these. It's actually the light. But the Void is helping because that's what the Void is best at, as weird as that sounds. Oh yeah, also Void plus light at the same time. While we're on the subject. Oh yeah, also then they give you the ability to switch which side you're on. So you can just do this at will. Look at that. Look at that. That is sharp. That's a great way to capstone Hallowfall. And it makes sense because Hallowfall then immediately turns into the 4th zone. Like, the barriers... Most zones have a pretty definitive chikunk going in between them. Hallowfall seamlessly transitions into the 4th zone. And it never really stops the pacing. It's pretty much a sprint from here until the raid.
Beating them back. Let's get Anduin.
Hold on! We don't know what's down there. Reinforcements are on the way. We could wait.
We'll lose his trail.
You're right! Let's make those monsters pay for everything they've done!
So... You're a... Ignore these people. We'll get to them in a second. You're spider people. How do you fight airships?
They were ready for us. Brace yourselves!
Yep, the same way you catch a fly. I love the simple logic of it. That was painful. Okay, ignore her. Ignore her. Yeah, no, anybody who played Warcraft 3 is like, oh, yeah, duh. It's the moment you see that. There's actually something else they do here I want to show off very, very briefly. Oh no, no fake drama. Anduin's fine. We all know Anduin's fine, and nobody's pretending otherwise. Good. But I'm going to show something off first and foremost. No, it's not the city. It's these. Do you see these things? Do you see these things? These are so brilliant. I feel weird for having never thought of it before. These are mines. They're reverse mines. And if you're wondering, yeah, they can pull you out of flight. It's a terrain hazard for the player, gameplay-wise, and lore-wise, it's an anti-airship defense. I love those things, as weird as that sounds. First time I ever hit one, I died, because I was, like, booking that way, and it hit me, and it dismounts you, as you saw, so I kept going. Yeah, actual honest-to-God terrain hazards? Yes, please. Now, let me jot down some thoughts of the sequence we just did really quick. Forgive me. It was too much, Valerian. I can't deal with it. Okay.
We owe our service to those in need.
Damn it all. We were too hasty and now my people are paying the price. We were fools to think the Rubians wouldn't have prepared for an incursion. Arathi soldiers are made of stern stuff, but even they'll struggle to walk off an airship crash. I'll try to keep everyone safe. Go into the field and rescue as many Arrow Knights as you can.
Don't give in to fear.
Also, I love the term Arrow Knights still.
What have you learned?
Anduin survived that swarm. I don't doubt that for a moment. Even so, the Nubians are everywhere and he's just one man. Wherever he goes, wherever he's taken, I will find him. Find me any sign that he lives. That is all I need to follow him to Azeroth's end.
She cannot hide from me. Anduin would not have given up without a fight. He has to be down there.
And again, I do like how at no point in time does anyone try to even be like, oh my god, Anduin might be dead. No, of course he's not dead. Also, yeah, did you catch that? That's probably the first crack in her doubt this entire expansion. I know that's a weird way to phrase that. Crack in doubt, like in absence of an invert, but you get my point.
You are an outsider.
Oh, Jesus,
Yes.
Darkrai. Reinforcements are already inbound? These spiders will just decide where our next wall will go. Clear a landing zone for General Steel Strike.
Take your leave.
Also, I just want to get this out early. The architecture of the Nerubians is amazing. I know that from the perspective of real life, what it actually is Scourge architecture. And I admit I've always liked Scourge architecture. But they've been doing so much with it. Like, look at that. Look at that. Did you notice that the stone has a web pattern in it? Like, they stylize the cracks. And there's a wonderful sharpness to it. Damn it, Uthor. Yeah, no, I mean, even in Warcraft 3, they mentioned that Scourge architecture is based off of Nerubian architecture. But, like, my point is, from a real-life perspective, what they did for a lot of the architecture of the zone we're in right now is they looked at, you know, what they designed for the Scourge, and they, like, worked off of that, took a few steps out of that. And can I just say I am extremely down for it. I've always loved Egyptian style, because this is all based on various Egyptian architecture, real-life history. I've always loved Egyptian architecture in general, and this really takes it and runs with it. If it's not obvious, I'm excited to be here. I love how it's so obvious this used to be a lake bed. Just a glance around, you can see. Oh yeah, and by the way, quick bit of overworld design thing here. Notice there's this giant vent to carry players all the way back up if they want to go back up this route, because this is a bit of a fall. Yeah, the seaweed, whatever it actually is. Oh, 100%, Valerian. And yeah, I have obviously commented on that. Someone actually asked me a very potent question. They said, why do you think Dragonflight and War Within managed it, whereas it didn't before? Because, while certainly they fired several of the assholes, they didn't get rid of that many people. A lot of the individual workers on the ground who worked on Shadowlands also worked on Dragonflight. So what changed? I gave several theories to that, and one of them is exactly what you just said. The way I related it, for those of you who haven't actually heard this before, is I want you to imagine that whatever job it is you work, doesn't matter, none of my business, picture your job, okay? Now picture you get to work and you're tired because you had trouble sleeping last night. And you're a little bit itchy and you didn't have time to pick up breakfast or lunch, whatever it is really. You didn't eat before you go to work. And when you were on the way to work in your commute, there was a really bad traffic jam. So you just sat there in your car while it was uncomfortably hot or cold, whichever's worse for you. So, and you get to work and you're just... and you're already done with the day by the time you start your shift. Everything I've read from everyone has indicated that that's what it was like working at Blizzard during the end of Legion, during BFA, and during Shadowlands. That it was just that constant stress and pressure and irritation and frustration. And hello? Can I help you? There's a child bearing the Weaver's mark. They give you a courteous nod. But yeah, to continue the parallel, imagine pretty much the exact opposite. You wake up fresh and refreshed. You had a great night's sleep. You don't feel sore or achy. You had a nice, filling breakfast. You get to spend some time with someone you like, or playing a video game you like, or watching a show that you like. Commute was just like that. You just got to work immediately, no issues. And you get to work, and when you get there, it turns out that the boss brought in donuts. And no, I don't mean the cheap crap. I mean, like, they brought in donuts, you know? And all of a sudden, your mood is just completely different. Everything I've read has indicated that the removal of Bobby Kotick, his cronies, and a lot of the upper echelons of Blizzard was such a sea change for the working environment at Blizzard. Oh yeah, sorry, and the inclusion of the union. A wall-to-wall union. I need to keep emphasizing that. I am well aware of Worgen lore, yes. It's an odd question, but yes. Yeah, from what I understand, they're still trying to improve the working environment there. I know too much to know that this is going to last forever, so I'm just hoping that this lasts as long as it can. You know? If nothing else, at least a lot of people have better lives right now than they used to. I'll take that. The fact that we get a much better product out of it, that's bonus points. It's like right in front of me. Where is it? Yes, as Miristar. I forget if it's literally the first wall-to-wall game dev union, but it's definitely one of the first. Listen, Hazardous, I'm going to need that report by 3 p.m. It's because... So, there's a bit of a culture problem with how do I explain this? It's a bit of a cultural problem because, traditionally speaking, development, especially game development, has been a very passion-driven industry. That makes sense. Most people, historically, going back to the 70s, who wanted to make games are people who wanted to make games. Very few people stumble into game development, right? Like, you gotta seek it out. Naturally, gaming companies have taken advantage of that since about the 70s. So there's a whole lot of historical baggage there of companies who are trying very, very hard to chew up and spit out people who are more than happy to fill in the holes because they just really want to work on game design. Because, again, passion industry. It's kind of like teaching here in the States, for those of you familiar with that. There's a reason why a lot of teachers in the United States have to literally pay for their own tools and supplies and just stuff for their kids out of their own pocket. Go ahead and drop the flare. There's our base in a box, such as it is.
I search each day for a winning strategy.
I will not risk the Nerubians flanking us again. Their ambush is now our staging grounds.
The darkness comes. We are prepared.
Those are side quests. We're actually going to leave those for right now. Good morning, Evo. Welcome to the 4th zone. Oh, it totally does. Yep, today is 4th Zone MSQ. Yep, we finished all the side stuff in Hallowed Fall. Watch the mines.
Do you see any sign of that woman who saved us?
No. But I did find tracks leading south. And there's something foul down there as well.
I'm surprised we haven't already, this Minister.
We will find Xalatath.
The reticulated pieces are bent and broken beyond repair. None of these bones are human. The scrap of this fabric seems familiar.
I do not miss.
A shattered gauntlet and some scraps of cloth, but no corpse. That's good at least. He's alive and he fought back. Not much to go on. Most rangers would undoubtedly be understandably stumped. Luckily, I am not most rangers.
They will not escape.
I thank you, Hoarder, on behalf of those you saved. No one deserves to die alone in the dark. Least of all in a place like this.
Be strong.
When we crashed, the Nerubians were upon us in an instant. We would have lost nearly everyone we brought with us had someone not intervened. I don't know who or what stepped in on our behalf, but if there's even a shred of hope we have allies in this place, we must seize on it and refuse to let go.
We carry the flame. We need to regroup.
There's no time. You find the others. I'll find Anduin.
Ashes! She's gone! Whoever saved us earlier clearly isn't a friend to the Nerubians. Seek her out. I'll get everyone to safety.
And in case you missed that, Illyria just peaced out. Literally flew off into the distance. She's, I mean, again, she's big sistering. Hard. Remember, she's already upset that he came down here at all. She was already scared of that. So, this is, a new tile set. And notice how I kind of deliberately did that, but it's designed to make you fall into this. And you get a debuff, Unseeming Shift. Huh. Interesting. So, despite the name, this is what we've been talking about already. Sorry for the slight spoilers. This is Black Blood. I want you to take a moment and actually look at it for a second. Just take in how it shifts and moves. It's not even properly gelatinous, it just moves.
So, you survived the ambush. Impressive.
So I did a little digging on who these people are. And funnily enough, we don't 100% know yet. We do know that they are, in fact, based off of the Night Elf mesh. Like, you can tell, that is a Night Elf stance right there. My personal theory, they're Dark Trolls, or what's left of Dark Trolls.
So, your path leads you here.
Who are you? Who I am is none of your concern. I have watched you since you and yours started trekking through the depths. I think you have a good heart, and I think you'll understand the threat the Black Blood seems to pose to our world. For now, that will have to be enough. I'm not at liberty to say more. What's Black Blood? It's what you see before you. Blood of ancient enemies, old gods, that has coalesced deep within the earth. This Black Blood was dislodged when the world itself suffered a grievous wound. That would be Aman'Thul. Oh no, sorry, no, I'm sorry, that would be Sargeras. Sorry, wrong grievous wound. It has been spreading ever since, and it is dangerous. That's all you need to know. So, but yeah, Dark Trolls. Like I said, the things that eventually turned into Night Elves.
I shall watch for you. Speak to me.
You survived. Excellent. You have much to do.
The world watch over you.
Oh, as an aside, I think these Dark Trolls will probably not be a playable race. I've been thinking about that. Because here's the weird thing. We already have Night Elves with slightly different cosmetics. They're called Nightborn, right? What's more likely is we might get Dark Troll cosmetic options for Night Elves. Possibly for Trolls, but definitely for Night Elves. That's my take on it. That's my thinking. Because, again, that's the Night Elf mesh. So you can't just cosmeticize that on top of, say, a Troll. It's not going to fit. Might have, like, an Eridar-style quest. Something like that.
May you lend your song to hers.
Depends on what you count as an elf race, Darkrai. Let's see. We've got the Zandalari Trolls. That's the original. Then we've got the Branched Trolls, of which there are quite a few. We'll skip over those for the moment. But there's several different types of Trolls. Bare minimum of 2. Then we've got the Haranir. That's what these are called. Then we've got the Night Elves. Then we've got the Nightborn. Then we've got the High Elves. Then we've got the Blood Elves. Then we've got the Naga, the Fell Elves, the Void Elves. I feel like I'm missing a few, but that's at least 10. This is not exactly the place for a long talk, so I will be brief. These roots you see are part of something much greater than you know. It's my job to protect them. If it isn't obvious to you already, this place is teeming with writhing black blood. If we do not act, it will spread deeper and further still. You want allies? Fine. Help me cleanse this place and protect these roots. Or at least hear you out.
Wild guide you well.
Truthfully, I don't care what the Nerubians are plotting. They're not the first upstart people seeking power, and they certainly won't be the last. Problem is how they're going about it. I fear that tampering with black blood will threaten far more than the delicate ecosystem of Kazangar. We must make sure they never return to this pit again. Their equipment is still strewn throughout the pit. Destroy as much of it as you can.
Do not fear the dark. The black blood is dangerous, especially in Nerubian hands. End their efforts here. I will meet you above, if you survive again.
So yeah, this is by the MSQ, because remember, we're following the MSQ. This is the first thing we encounter in this zone. Which is a hell of a place to start this zone at, let me tell you. I mean, in fairness, we still don't know what Sargeras' goal was in stabbing that sword down. We're not even sure if he aimed it. Like, he could have just stabbed at whatever happened to be below him at the time. That's actually a running bit of theory crafting, is did he aim his sword, or did he just stab at the planet? Don't know. Ironically, we probably don't have very good access to go talk to him about it. The Titans, well, again, they don't really acknowledge that we matter. I would be shocked if Sargeras didn't come back to some extent or another. But I kind of hope he's not, like, the main villain in the end. Even though I have written similar things in my own writing style, so... Let me put it this way. If Sargeras ends up being the final boss of The Last Titan, that won't surprise me all that much. The Legion will not be back, almost guaranteed. The Legion, unlike Sargeras, has received a fairly definitive end, similar to the Scourge. There is no Scourge, there is no Legion. I don't know if I agree with that, Huthor, but again, I'm kind of waffling on the idea. The modern WoW team could probably do some really interesting stuff with Sargeras. But here's the problem. They have to do something with Sargeras, because he's still alive. And we know we're going against the Titans soon. And Sargeras is being imprisoned by the Titans. One way or another, Sargeras is making a reappearance, basically guaranteed. The question is how. Like, even if it's just as a boss in a raid where we're going after other Titans at the seat of the Pantheon, he's gonna be there. He has to be there. There's no way he isn't, right? No. I don't think they're going to do a Sargeras redemption arc. Ignoring the fact that he's the closest thing to the devil that the setting has. The fact of the matter is, how do I explain this? The closest thing to redemption Sargeras could have already had, he's already had. He was doing what he had to do for the good of the entire universe, and blah, 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 blah. You get the idea. Like, the whole point was he was kind of a Thanos figure. Although, more like the other way around, honestly. A mad Titan going out of his way to try and purge the entire universe in the hopes that whatever comes out of that will be better than what currently is. There's your redemption. As I've pointed out many, many times, Sargeras was very Titan in his operations. So, Huthor, you have to bring Sargeras back, because he has to come back for the reasons already listed. What do you do with him? You make him a rando raid boss. You make him someone who, like, helps us against Aman'Thul, and then betrays us, inevitably. Like, there's no avoiding Sargeras at this point. The fact that they didn't kill him in Legion means... And the fact that we're going after the Titans, sorry. Those 2 points connected pretty much guarantee that Sargeras is going to make some kind of reappearance. If nothing else, we're going to get rid of his jailers. Right? Void Sargeras. Wow, there's a thought. Have him die off screen. Okay, you're fired. No, okay, talk it out. Give me your reasoning. Give me your reasoning. Because that sounds terrible. Like, oh, he's dead. What?
So, you made it out alive. I knew I was right about you.
You have shown your true form. Or when this is forbidden.
The black blood spreads deeper every day. We need their aid.
We need nothing from them.
Enough! We both know our charge. They are of this world, and they too seek to defend it.
On Haya. She speaks with the song of the world. You know it, as do I.
The others will hear of this.
At least it will not be the first tradition we have broken.
Go, all of you. I will join you soon.
Yeah, quick and dirty characterization, by the way. She's obviously non-traditional. They're obviously traditional to the point of, like, not even wanting to interfere when they really need to. Okay, cool.
The roots brought us both here.
Between your sweat and my spell work, we've managed to at least contain the problem to this blighted cavern. Still, what a disaster. This is what one cave of the stuff can do. I shudder to think of what the Nerubians might do with more of it. Yeah, we're officially at the point where I'm not getting upgrades anymore. Meh.
Perhaps we'll meet again. Let nature take its...
The Nerubians are a bold people, but this seems extreme even for them.
May you lend your song to hers.
My people do not think that this black blood is a threat to this world. It has sat dormant for ages. Why should that change now? The world is changing. More quickly than my people realize. The Nerubians' decision to extract the blood for their own ends is proof of that. The Nerubians hold a watchtower not far from here. The ones who survived the pit could not have gotten far. We should give chase immediately. But first, I need to write down your name really quick.
Wild guide you will. Come with me. You need to know what you fight against.
We've already killed Illidan once. We don't need to kill him a second time. And don't pull it technically with me. We did actually kill him. He died at the Black Temple. Anyone notice anything weird about the ceiling? Nah, I'm sure it's fine. Good morning, Greg.
Someone was here first. Not a battle. A hunt. The trail runs cold. Check the watchtower.
Oh my god, I love the bricks. Think about how much thought and effort went into that pattern right there. It's even better because it looks like a simple pattern. But it really isn't, if you really take it in for a minute. Like, the way it dovetails into itself is insane. Okay, hang on. Yeah, did you notice how much lack of patterning there is there? One of the most common things I point out in bad brickwork, or even neutral brickwork, is how often it patterns, how often you repeat this exact same texture. You know, most textures are designed to be tileable. All four textures we're looking at right now, I'm triple checking myself, but yep, nope, I'm right. All four of these textures, all four of these circles are distinct from each other. Now, there probably is a pattern here eventually, but that says a lot for how much effort they were willing to put into this. Down to little things, like where the cracks are, right there. Do you see that? Over here. There's definitely some repeats going on, but they have put a lot of effort into making that look good. And of course, they use the same trick they've used a few times, having the dust fill into the cracks. Dragonflight did the same trick, if you're remembering. I usually don't give negatives at the tiling in cheaper games, unless it's really bad. If it's really bad, then it's bad. That's how the review system works. Oh yeah, this place feels ancient, which makes sense. It is. This is an old kingdom. So I should mention, this is the first time they have us go up here. So I'm going to finally pull up the camera so you could take in that. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what a city looks like in this game. It's really funny that even here, when you have like essentially a fully zoomed out view, you can just kind of soak it in. The level of detailing over there is bonkers. This is going to stretch the limits of how this review system works, because the sheer level of detail in Azj-Kahet, that's to say, the city, is insane. I've been looking forward to seeing a Nerubian city since Wrath. Oh yeah, I haven't even talked about the skybox. Did you notice there's a hole in reality up there? Do you notice how much of the webbing not only follows patterns, but also helps to support the infrastructure? Like, there's the obvious stuff up there in the scene, but if you look over, say, that way, you can see there's, like, bridges of webbing that help connect some of the upper buildings. If you actually look at the city proper, which, by the way, has its own mini-map, it's not super obvious from this, but there's kind of a webbing design in it. You've got your central hub area right here, which branches out to here, and then here, and then here, and then here. And you can kind of see how it wraps around that central structure, which is that... I can't, it's too far away, I can't ping it. It's the one right in front of the middle of the screen. Right there. Oh yeah, there's a decent amount of verticality to the city. Like, it's not obvious from here, but that city goes down. Not all the way down to the base, although there is some stuff down there at the actual base as well. Oh yeah, I love the web bridges, by the way. Of which there are several. And yeah, you can literally see the palace from here. That's the raid, by the way.
Your path leads you deep, stranger. The city of threads. The heart of Azj-Kahet. Bled dry and dying. None who enter leave in one piece. Your friend is likely dead. But I know you will not accept that. So you follow your path and I will follow mine. You have survived so far. Keep doing so. I hope we meet again.
Not yet, Metafix, no. So, let's really think... God, the pacing of this is so fantastic. Hang on. Let's really think about the sequence of events, okay? We start up here in Halafal. We attack back against an A-move attack. We manage to smash back through it, and we smash down into what used to be the lake bed. Immediately get stuck in a trap. Lose Anduin. Okay, we gotta find Anduin. And as we're trying to find him, we run into her. She gives us a little sneak peek at some of the, shall we say, larger scale threat that's going on here. It is also directly tied into the main plot of what we're doing for the region. We know the Black Blood is something the Nerubians are harvesting for whatever reason. Something they've been hinting at quite literally since the first zone. Since the Dalaran crash, actually, to be more specific. So, okay, I'm with it. She pretty much immediately leads us here. We see a whole bunch of dead Nerubians. And then we get that view, our first real shot of the city and the Nerubians. And what's the first thing that happens immediately after we see the city of the Nerubians? A Nerubian gives us a quest. And really think about that. Especially from the perspective of a player who is new to WoW or Warcraft in general. What is their exposure to Nerubians? So they did Dragonflight, nothing there. Cool, moving on. Then they moved on to War Within. Oh my gosh, there's these giant spider people. And it's like, oh crap, spider people. Most people instinctively want to kill spider people because we're human beings. So death to spiders. Okay, cool. And the fact that they're attacking and talking about how they will ascend and they will serve the Queen and they're working for Xalatath. And it's like, okay, we get it. The Nerubians are the bad guys. And nothing at any point in the whole campaign has put any chinks in that. It's just been the Nerubians as the bad guys all the way down to here. Right at this moment. And then, who do they send as their envoy? And this is calculated, both in-universe and out. They could have sent anyone to talk to us. And the developers could have sent anyone to talk to us. But they send this cute little guy. This dinky little weave rat. He's even smiling. Do you see him? Hey. They send this adorable little spindle, again, in-universe and out, as the very first olive branch. The bizarre creature's eyes remain locked upon you unwavering. It nudges something towards you, a scroll with a thick seal of violet wax. The words on the parchment appear burned, not written. A venomous tang burns your nose. Blind and alone, you stumble in the dark. I offer you a thread to cling to. Follow it should you wish to find your allies. He blinks at you passively, waiting only a moment before skittering off into the dark. By the way, I'm going to give a separate dialogue positive. I rarely do this for the dialogue of the character we're about to meet. She is one of the best written characters in this entire game, and I mean that with sincerity. I want to find who wrote her dialogue and give them a freaking medal. Okay.
Watch and lurk, drudges. There will be no interruptions on Ascension Day.
So that's our very first look at that. We see it from a distance, but even at a distance we could tell that's humanoid. What the hell is humanoid that's down here? It's leading to Nerubians too. And they're both named Retainer. I love how they're putting these pieces out here. I love how they're putting these little details and how they're letting us pick the pieces up of what's going on. The cowering spider waits for a moment in the opening of the violence before skittering away from any predators. And yes, the last time we ever saw any kind of humanoid Akir was all the way back with the Karaji in vanilla. Unless you count the Klaxi, which to be clear, I don't.
Scurry on, little scarab. The Weaver bids you welcome.
Yeah, remember, the Karaji are Silithid corrupted into humanoid form. Oh yeah, armored Nerubians, actual Nerubians now, who are green. And I love this shot, by the way. Look at how they framed this shot. And it's a cliche, but who is at the very center of this giant web?
Ah, there's the little morsel now. Come in, come in. You are most welcome here.
I'd just say no, Sean. And I'd explain why if I had to. So this is Arachni. Get it?
Step into my...
We're mostly going to refer to her as the Weaver.
I'll be watching.
So you followed my guiding line to its terminus. For both our sakes, I am glad your zeal outpaces your survival instinct.
Do keep in touch. Come back again.
You have endured quite the evening since your ill-fated little shipwright, haven't you? Worry not, little morsel. You will find that my friends here are most accommodating, even to someone with your predilections, as strange as they may be. Please take a moment to explore. Avail yourself of my many amenities. With luck, you will find some sorely needed rest. Oh, but do take care not to move too quickly. Sudden movements, I'm sure you understand.
May the weave favor you.
Make no mistake, I have no intention of sending you off to skitter about in the dark like a freshly hatched beetle. It wouldn't do to have my little morsel snatched up by a starving cave borer. You must educate yourself, my dear. Your allies have found themselves ensconced in torrid tapestry. Only by familiarizing yourself with erstwhile architects can you hope to reclaim them. Luckily for you, I've made some of my personal resources available.
Let's make haste, champion. We must notify our allies of what we've uncovered.
What? I didn't see. Where's Illyria? Oh, well. Yeah, sudden movements agitate spider. There's so much. Oh my god, I don't even know where to start. Okay, so first of all, I promised it. I meant it. Dialogue. What's wrong, little morsel? Are you disinclined to be described in such a delectable manner? Someone who plays FF14 and not WoW once asked me why I like the Weaver so much in terms of writing. I told her it was like seeing later Urian J. Like, say, circa Endwalker, Urian J. and WoW. They didn't get it. I had to explain in more detail. Oh no, the Weaver is 100% not a good person. But she is also just as firmly on our side.
Such a fascinating visitor.
Oh gosh, where to even start? Okay, so hang on. Yeah, actually, Samuel Hayden is a great comparison point for the Weaver. Not good by any measure, but absolutely on our side. Committed, even, to our side. Like a weirdly stalwart and reliable ally, despite everything. I suppose someone in the Weaver's position understands the value of loyalty. Distinction without difference, Uthor. If I might be so bold, I think the Weaver is smart enough to know not to mess with us, too. I don't mean she's afraid of us. She's got too many other things going on to have such a thing. But I absolutely think that she knows better than to try and go against us. If anything, I love the idea that there was a moment of relief when she realized that we were actually interested in the same goals. And yeah, this is what Sylvanas could have been. Frankly, a lot of Illidan would be another example of what this could have been like this. That's great. How much cash do I have? I only have 1,300. So someone asked if we could have Spindle as a pet. Oh god, I don't remember his name. There's Bouncer. He doesn't count. Damn. I know one of them is... I don't know their name. It's a problem. And yes, there's a billion quests here. I'm going to try to avoid most of this. Especially since some of this is endgame stuff.
Only the finest for you.
That's a toy. That's a mount. That's a mount. I'm never getting those mounts, but I'm not even going to preview those mounts. You know what mounts those are.
The weave has delivered a custom.
Oh my god. Okay, we'll look at that in a minute. Jump, jump. There he is. Jump, jump.
Do return again.
Okay, that's actually not the same thing. Never mind. Maybe not. Oh, whatever. Let's try and clean up a little bit here.
Interested in the unusual? Elix
Grab
Cottage.
some Valor Stones here. I actually have a question about this. You know these rewards, like the crests and Valor Stones? Do those reset every season? Because if they don't, you're effectively penalized for turning those in early.
Only the finest for you.
Why not? Oh yeah, those things. Yeah, that's what I figured. That sucks. 50 billion negatives. Okay, here's Jump Jump. Hello. Smash! And it's dead.
You weren't part of my plans.
Okay, so that's...
Be thankful you are
That
useful.
looks like the weekly thing, actually. Like I said, I'm just playing a little bit of cleanup here. Give me a sec.
Ishnu Allah,
Yep, sure.
light your path.
Go away. I am going to murder that spider. I need to be honest about that. It's nothing personal. I really like the Nerubians. I want a playable Nerubian. An actual Nerubian, not the other kind. Oh god, where was I in 2008? Delve. Just gonna do that. Was that 2008?
You tread a powerful scale.
In 2008, I had to have had my network job by then. And I'm pretty sure that's when I was having trouble, like, doing anything, because I didn't have a car. In Nerubian in music. I didn't have a car, I didn't have anything. I was lucky enough to have a job. Immediately after having then failed to get a job and fired from a job, respectively. Okay, nope, that's the Vizier. We'll leave that. By the way, this is actually great design. Can I just show this off really quick? You're probably thinking, how the hell do you get all the way down here? Like, that just seems like such a pain. There's a shortcut from Dornagal straight to Azj-Kahet. Just bam, right there. Boom. This is legitimately great design. Like, more of the zones in this game probably needed something like this. Just a boop, here's the end zone. Okay, I think that's everything. I did that. That's not that. I think. Hang on, let me sit down here really quick.
It is good you are here.
That's the dungeon. We'll go ahead and pick that up. That's the other dungeon. We'll go ahead and pick that up. Just getting rid of exclamation marks. Don't mind me.
What brought you here?
I'm almost positive. Yeah, that's part of the post, so we'll leave that. That's part of post, so we'll leave that. That's part of post. I think that's actually everything, except for her. On whatever's going on here.
What?
Okay.
Hit the road!
I've been expecting you.
Yes, Act. 9 to 7. Was something like that. Or not, no, it was 9 to 5. 9 to 5. 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. Okay. Tell me about yourself. Also, I'm sorry. Before I go any further, I've already given these positives. I love the colossal pile of notes and scrolls and books and whatever this thing is right here. I love all of this crap. It makes perfect sense. In case you haven't picked up on this, this is a spy mistress. She's an intelligence operative. So naturally, at the very center of her web is tons and tons of intel.
At last, our threads entwine. I am the Widow Arachni. For many years, I officially served as the Royal Weaver to Queen Neferis. Unofficially, I pursued a variety of additional interests. But now my beloved queen is dead, and her daughter has been led astray by a so-called harbinger. I will not allow this creature to usurp our great kingdom for her own ends, but I cannot stop her alone.
I hope you're paying attention there, because in just 2 sentences, a huge amount of the plot was just exposited. We haven't even heard of a Neferis this entire time. Hasn't even been mentioned. And all of a sudden, we not only know that there was a Queen Neferis, who was queen, who has been usurped by her daughter, which we now know to be Ansarek, the one we've been dealing with since Dalaran. Remember, Ansarek actually showed up all the way back in Dalaran. And that Ansarek has made a deal with Xal'atath. And end statement, like that suddenly explains so much about what they've been showing this whole time. And if I might be so bold, going back through a second time is fascinating, really. No, we're going to see it when we see it in-game, Kira White Noise. It's fascinating going back through it because there was some really sharp exposition and writing and foreshadowing and hinting at these things that were just exposited to us, going as far back as Dalaran.
A little weave rat told me you arrived. This harbinger has the entirety of Azj-Kahet's military at her disposal. Before her arrival, General Anub'Azal led the kingdom's forces. Ansarek deposed him in favor of one of the harbinger's pet ascended. And now the army's ranks teem with those corrupted wretches.
So, we've been hearing the term Ascended, once again, since Dalaran, since the fall of Dalaran. But now we're starting to have a little bit of cohesion to what that means. How big is this army? Not as big as it used to be. We have functionally knocked out an entire division, or army group, or whatever you want to call that. And that was one of the first things we did when we landed. We've also been bloodying them ever since, pretty much every single step down the way. We've been causing them more and more issues.
I've heard much about you. Our threads.
Whoops, I didn't mean to click that.
I am the Widow Arachni.
Sorry.
For many years I officially served as the Royal Weaver to Queen Neferis. Unofficially, I pursued a variety of additional interests.
It's hard to put specifics of numbers into a game like this, but the simplest way to put it is we have defeated an entire army. At least one. Yeah, she's also using Shadecasters, which is kind of cool too.
But I cannot stop her alone.
Did I jot down a voice acting positive for her? No, I did not. Okay, so sorry for the repeat.
Welcome, little more.
What are Ascended?
Do keep in touch. The Ascended are the Harbinger's gift to Ansarek. A fierce contingent of violent hunter-killers made by the Harbinger in the darkest depths of the city's transformatory. They are impossibly strong, and I have no army of my own. If I am to reach Ansarek and dispose of the Harbinger, then I will need to find a way to subvert her military might from within.
So,
I've heard much about you. Our threads will cross again. Even if we do not engage the Harbinger directly, a more subtle approach will prove equally as difficult. What I need is an ally in Ansarek's inner circle. Someone who can come and go without suspicion. The denizens of the burrows speak of a vizier, some manner of patriot who works from within the Queen's walls. He would do nicely, if only I knew his identity.
wow, Liam O'Brien's doing such a great job as the Weaver. As a reminder, if you use web searching on Google, you will get no AI responses.
Step into my parlor.
Hint, hint, hint.
Oh, I'll remember you.
Well, are you not impressed with my hospitality?
Come back again, little morsel.
Now you see the stage has been set. You have arrived in the middle of the play, I fear, but you needn't worry. You've time yet to play a most vital role.
I'll be watching. Follow your thread.
A little weave rat tells me that an intriguing series of events are playing out to the north. It seems there's been a remarkably coincidental waterfall of failures marring the military efforts there. I want to know who's responsible. Look into it for me, and see if your curiously binary eyes can pluck out any potential allies. Some of your little friends are among the escapees during the ire of Zekval. Do go catch up. Tell them the Weaver bids them greetings.
May there is no gift more valuable than information, my little morsel. Now shoot.
I love that line. Please keep in mind that she is saying that immediately after giving us information.
Let's make haste, champion. We must notify our allies of what we've uncovered.
I point that out because she's not just saying that to puff herself up. This is, once again, how much effort she's putting into making sure that we are amenable to cooperation. As Huthor points out, she's probably trying to play us, and she's probably smart enough to recognize that she needs to not push that too far. So, what happens when first we show up? There's a balm, there's an offer of respite, reprieve, resources, and then the first thing she does is she gifts us intel on how to find our missing people. No demand, by the way. Did you catch that? She doesn't say, if you go do this, I'll give you this, or do this for me and I'll tell you where your people are. She just gives us that free of charge. Very smart. Yep. First one's free. I love the Weaver, if it's not obvious. I love almost everything about this zone. There's two things that give me pause.
You weren't followed, were you?
So, I think what makes me most sad about this particular area is how many people I recognize here. I know what you're thinking. What? And if you don't recognize some of these people, that's fine. There's no judgment. But I used to spend a lot of time in Dalaran. They got a lot of mileage out of taking NPCs, just random-ass vendors and people who roam Dalaran, and smashing them into this game. I mean, the survivors, right? Oh, and if you remember... Yeah, ignore the goblin. If you remember, one of the things they made a point of is that people were getting kidnapped. Again, and I hate to keep pointing this out, that goes all the way back to the beginning of the expansion. During the ruins, during the attack on Dalaran, and during the ruins of Dalaran, in both sequences, it's made a plot point that they are capturing people. And I bring that point up because they never really came back to it. It was just something they dropped and then moved on from, which is a perfect way to do foreshadowing. Because it's there if you're paying attention, but they don't shine a light on it if you're not. And so now we get down here and it's like, oh, yeah, these are some of the survivors.
My faith kindles my hope.
We thought we were well hidden. Clearly, not as hidden as I would have liked, but I'm grateful to see you nonetheless.
Despite everything, the Arathi...
Also, notice that it's the same approach to zone flow it has been since the Isle of Dorn. The MSQ takes you on a roller coaster through the zone, but at each stop there are bunches of side quests, and those branch out like a flower at each area. Then I'll return back, and then you MSQ to the next thing, and you can do this. We're not going to do that for the sake of cohesion, but you get the design approach. We found these prisoners fleeing a nearby Nerubian military base. The circumstances of their escape are unclear, even to them, as if someone else created the opening they needed to escape. They need rest, but we need to find out what happened. Food first. Maybe once they've regained some of their strength, they'll remember something.
A meal should offer some strength and comfort after all they've been through.
I was about to say, is this Gazlo's new model, finally? I think it is. I think it's him. And can I just say... okay, that's not his new model, apparently. But I love that outfit. Because it's so working class. Which is exactly what Gazlo is. Like, he's actually a pretty big shot when you think about it from the perspective of the whole species. And the various polities of the goblins. But he looks like a dude who'd be working on your car. And that's kind of his approach. That's his mentality in a nutshell.
The guards near us were arguing about new orders. Then they just walked off.
Strange. Yeah, Gazlo is rich. And actually worked his ass off for it, which is how you can tell this is fiction.
One man insisted on staying behind. Finn.
Uh-oh.
Might want to get the madman before the venom does.
Oh no, we've got to save him. We've got to save him. Brienne! Sorry.
A solvent was knocked over and dissolved the webbing of our cages. How fortunate.
Yes, how very fortunate. And completely unexpected. Huthor? Why did you send the same image twice? It's like, I know, you said 8988, but then you sent 8988 again. So I love the grease stains. That just helps everything. Oops.
We cannot hide from evil.
These people have been through so much. Civilians, not even soldiers. Most of them didn't sign up for this, and yet they became prisoners of war. If anything back at the Nerubian base could give us an advantage, we have to take it.
If you are lost in darkness, we are here
If someone got left behind, we need to do something about that. I hate to say it, but these people need someone to protect them here. I have to stay. Find the straggler, and while you're at it, take a peek behind enemy lines. See if you can find anything useful.
Madman or no, I won't stand for a single soul being left behind. Go find him.
Alright. Let's go find the guy we totally don't remember from BFA. I'll be right back. Congrats, Bragan. No. Flynn!
Message received. Now, shoo, little spider. You'll blow my cover. You. Over here. And stay low.
Did you catch that? Before we even got here, the Weaver had sent Spindle to go send a message to Flynn. Hi, Flynn.
Damn, am I thirsty.
Why did you stay behind? was looking around, trying to get an antidote to being a bit stabbed with a venomous dagger, when that little spider with the bell found me. Came with a note from someone called the Weaver. The Weaver wants anything I can find. In exchange, she has the antidote to this burning venom waiting for me. I'm very motivated. The heat is eating a hole through my shoulder, so I'm looking for something about the other captives. Invasions, plans, weaknesses, anything. Not to mention they took some of my personal effects I wasn't willing to leave without. I'm not sentimental about gifts, but Shaw knows blades. I want them back. So he apparently was given daggers by Shaw. Huh.
Watch your back out here. Let's get out.
This is our first up-close look at an Ascended.
Orders were clear. And yet, more overcrawlers regularly slip from our grasp. Failure! Unacceptable! Not only does this shame you, it shames me. Which means no one will hear of it. Clean up this refuse and get it out of my sight. And if you breathe a word of this to anyone, you're next.
Oh, I noticed, Xavion. So, two wonderful bits of exposition there back to back. First of all, the Weaver required nothing from us in order to help us. Because of course she didn't. She is not that stupid. Flynn, she required something in order to help him. Because of course she did, quid pro quo. Then, almost immediately after that little morsel of information, we get our first real look at the Ascended. Can I just say, I don't actually like the look of the Ascended person. It's not bad, it's just not something I want. Please give me Nerubians and not Ascended. I don't want Ascended playable. At least not at the expense of Nerubian play. If you want to have Ascended playable, at least give me Nerubians too, please. I've been wanting Nerubians since... Okay. Hi. So... you might think that that scene you just saw is your typical bad guy establishment scene. You have failed me for the last time, Admiral Mr. Red. And you're right. But that scene can work. That kind of establishment can work, if I can use a specific example of that. One of the first things we found out about Darth Vader over in Empire Strikes Back was his capricious nature, and how calmly he would, well, do things like that. Like, that was a good establishment moment, and it was down to, as it usually is, execution. No pun intended. Maybe Kraken-san? I don't know. I mean, it would be funny to see a bunch of players wandering around as crabs. I think it works here, because, yeah, if you're paying attention, he wasn't doing it to punish failure, he was doing it to keep a secret. Stalinism. I'm just going to say it. The approach here is the exact same problem we've seen in real life, but also in a lot of fiction when an evil organization's well written. Things that are bad or screwing up or go wrong never get filtered up the chain because people are afraid of being punished for that failure. So everyone further down the chain tries to keep everything nice and quiet so nobody finds out about how things are screwing up. With that one scene, we've actually pretty well established exactly how the Ascended chain of command operates. It also explains everything about how they have been completely screwing up their campaign against the Earthen and the Arathi. Now, we've talked about that already. We've showcased in both the first zone and the third zone how the Nerubians, with all the advantages, have been throwing those advantages away. But now we start to see why. Because of the level of self-interest these Ascended are using is clearly hampering the very structure of the organization itself. Exactly, Xavion. This is why you don't do this kind of thing. In a nutshell. Oh yeah, there's more later. But my point is, with one scene, all of a sudden, a bunch of puzzle pieces just kind of slide neatly together, and it's like, ah, okay. So, the Nerubians as a whole are actually extremely distinct from Drow. There's nothing similar about them other than the fact that they happen to be underground. The Ascended, on the other hand, that's a lot more Drow-like.
Ahoy! Don't look back.
I definitely had everything under control, but I'll admit this venom is dulling my otherwise lightning-quick reflexes.
Spiders everywhere.
Even with the general gone, it's not going to be easy getting out of here. This place is infested. I know I'm hiding it well, but I'm not exactly feeling my best. I'm not sure I'll be helpful for us in this state. You're going to have to clear a path for us.
Don't look back. I'm all ears.
Oh yeah, the cult. We haven't even really started digging into the culture of the Nerubian slit. It's actually fascinating. I'll give you a hint. A lot of pheromone-based stuff. To add insult to injury, they disarmed me. I am not leaving without those blades. While we're looking, keep an eye out for any evidence of what's going on here. Anything that can give us an advantage against the Nerubians. Something strange happened that provided us an opening to escape, and I have a feeling it's something we can exploit. I also have a feeling I'm past the point of weapons being upgrades. Yep, 610, 603, 603, 530. Oh, no, I'm wrong. I could still use a one-handed tank weapon. Okay.
Let's get... I need my weapons. And something for this Weaver, so she'll give me an antidote. Since I like being alive.
You sure? You ever tried being dead? You never know till you try it. I'm just saying. Oh, I do, Evo. Oh, I do. And we are going to do that. Probably in our second shift. Depends on how long the MSQ takes us. Yeah, hey! What's up? Oh, are you dead? Yeah, I've been dead for a while. Don't worry about it, though. You get used to it. It's like a new pair of boots, you know? You're just like, ah, these suck. But then, like, after a few weeks, it's like, man, these are so comfortable. Unless you get bad boots. Then you throw them at Johnny. Who? Don't worry about it. He's cool. Don't worry, I'm sure Swift will be back at some point. I'll have to think about it. You don't overuse a character like that. You gotta think about where to use a character like that.
Seems that Zev Call fellow we saw is getting pheromones sent to him? From a general? No idea what that means, though.
Actually, it means a lot. I want you to remember that point. The Ascended is being sent pheromones. From a general, no less. Someone go stab Uthor for me. Nothing lethal, just a little jab. To make things clear how this is going. Someone go stab Eva for me, please. Oh my gosh, guys.
Looks like my fellow prisoners escaping was no coincidence. These orders came from a Nerubian. A new Bazal.
So, oh, I think I can actually read that. Nope. Nah, whatever. Yeah, someone specifically gave orders to let those prisoners out. We all kind of caught that, but yeah. Hang on, it can't be the Punmobile unless you have some kind of specific pun for it. Also, can I just say, I love the Nerubian forges. The spider bellows and the claws pulling it back and forth to keep the bellows hot. Ugh, anyways.
I'll take those. Feeling more like myself already.
By the way, once again, I feel like emphasizing just how impressive it is that they made a cave look good. There's plenty of underground stuff down here, but notice that the screen we're looking at right now is just a cave. Yes, I know there's webbing, but ignore that. Look at how many different colors are on display here. We've got like this kind of sea green, nice, simple dirt, but then we've got like a darker brackish dirt, and then actually straight up gray and slate, on top of like little highlights of yellow here and there, and a couple of blue tidbits from the foliage. And that's before we get to the stuff that's flying through here. Stalactites, stalagmites, nice rolling arcs. Even the pathway here, it looks like there used to be a river or something that goes through here. Look at this. Notice none of these are hostile, because they're all recovering. No, let Evo live. She's fine. You don't want to fight me. And I warned you.
I am well acquainted with that particular bottle of venom. Unfortunately. What's the word?
In my defense, they disarmed me and envenomed me. Does this look infected to you? Anyway, if not for all that, I would have helped. You have my word.
Spiders everywhere.
Must be something around here.
Watch your back out here.
That seems like enough to trade the Weaver for the antidote. Anub'Azal is good lead to investigate. Maybe he'll borrow like the Weaver did, and we'll get something even better from him. Sounds like a good risk to me.
Spiders everywhere.
The Anub'Azal gave the orders that led to the prisoner's escape. Zekval here didn't seem very pleased with that, so how about this? You sneak into Siegehold, make friends with Anub'Azal. Easy! I've noticed a lot of cargo being ferried over. I'm sure no one would notice if we just swapped out the contents of a particular crate. In the meantime, I'll share our discoveries with the Weaver. I'd love to come with you, but I'd rather not tempt more Flynn stabbings today.
Don't look. We've got a plan now. Sneak into a crate and get a lift to Siegehold. Find this Anub'Azal. Meanwhile, I'll get this intel to the Weaver and get that antidote.
Flynn was never heard from again. I suppose general spider arachnophobia warning. There's only two things in this zone that actually bother me. One is those things in the distance. I'm not even going to show them on camera in case anyone else is bothered by that. The other is the Nope Cave 2.0. We'll get there. Yeah, we'll get to Nope Cave 2.0. I will give a warning, because it might actually bother some people. I love how distended so much of the fungus looks down here. It almost looks like trees, which is probably the point. I should use the inky potion when I go into the Nope Cave, too. No, Evo.
What an interesting delivery.
Everyone, return to your duties, now!
So this is Anub'Azal.
Approach, intruder.
He immediately could tell we were there. Of course he could. And Gazlo's dead! No, Gazlo. He's so very actually dead. No. Sylvaners! Okay.
This is an interesting development.
What an interesting delivery you are. I have a use for you. Hang on.
My loyalty will never falter.
I am 5 with the General, 6 with the Vizier, 5 with the Reaver.
Greetings, Overcrawler.
I am General Anub'Azal. I loathe having little bipeds like you in the Siegehold. However, that is no longer up to me. Zekval is pushing me out of my own military stronghold, and collecting overcrawlers to boot. The Queen has deemed him High General, but he is unnatural, warped, unfit. This will not stand. I have decided to use you and your kind against Zekval. And yes, you will get something out of it. Search that rubbish pile there, you will see.
We will speak again.
Yeah, he's extraordinarily pragmatic. And you'll notice that once again, there's a reason why he's willing to work with us. Now, in her case, it was because she immediately recognized how terrifyingly dangerous and yet similarly aligned we were. Let me go check really quick. In this guy's case, he doesn't know how, that we are the PC, but he can still tell at a glance, okay, you clearly know what you're doing. So we can tell he's smart enough to pick up on things, pretty much on the fly, no pun intended. And he is pragmatic enough to be able to say, I don't like kinds like you, but,
Are you friend, foe?
No, hang on, it's this one, right? Yeah,
The weave has delivered a customer.
Blah, blah, blah.
Only the finest for you.
Yeah, it looks like we actually can. Interesting. Okay, so what are we at? Let's say, of course. I think I'm higher with the Vizier.
You are appreciated.
So we want to be at 7, so I might push the Vizier.
Interested in
to
me?
just get to 7 on that, so we'll go ahead and do that. Yeah, you got this far, you're not dead, you're not being chased by an army. Okay, I can work with that.
Elix Cottage.
Do activities is these quests. It's pretty simple, easy stuff to do, but I don't really have a lot of time to just go do dailies or weeklies, so... Yeah, I'm nowhere on those reps. I'm nowhere on any of the reps. Now, that's an interesting sight. Don't think too much about that. Okay, ahem. Back to our regularly scheduled program in the present instead of the future. Gazlo. Gazlo! Gazlo!
I'm hiding here.
I know you're alive. The question is, are you useful? I have use for you.
I have plans for both of you.
Farewell.
There. I have extended some goodwill. You have a little goblin friend. I know how much your kind clings to each other for warmth. Now you will do things for me. I love how flat he says that and how little he actually understands that. He's lucky we actually give a crap about Gazlo. First, I'll provide you with my pheromone scent mark. It'll keep my loyal soldiers from attacking you. It marks you as mine.
Tread carefully.
Ugh. Why are these pheromones so gross?
Look what the Skanes pulled in.
Grab that. This must be an odd concept to an outsider. It's very normal to us. Pheromones are marks that establish relationships between Nerubians. The strongest of us have the highest quality pheromones to show ownership of others. These new Ascended are very strong, yet lack the ability to make pheromones. I love how wonderfully alien and yet understandable that is. Like, It's a great way to showcase the kind of unnatural, inhuman nature of the Nerubians, while still being something you could completely relate to. Like, have you ever had a boss been put in charge of you who has no idea what they're doing? Because I have. How about in most of, like, history or fiction, when incompetent boobs are actually promoted or selected to be in charge of someone else when they have absolutely no place being there? It's the same general concept. Yeah, like it's hard to relate this directly, but we've already seen how incompetent the Ascendants are and how self-serving they are. I think is the word I want to use. So, many of the old guard, myself included, have a hard time taking them seriously. They have a fake, bizarre, and manufactured power. We cannot ignore that they are formidable, and our queen has created potent soldiers, but at what cost? Our heritage of natural pheromones. What else follows that? Oh yeah, by the way, all Ascended have one thing in common. They are loyal to Ansarek. Directly. Not the Nerubians, not the Empire, not the people, not Azj-Kahet. Ansarek.
For Azj-Kahet.
We haven't figured out what causes Ascension or what it actually is yet, Mr. Red, at this point in time. We just met our first Ascended a few minutes ago, so a bunch of question marks there. Your friend complains, but my mark will keep you relatively safe, except from Zekval's guards. They don't care about scent if they're already hostile to you. Make the most of it, but take care.
Remain an ally.
Zekval has recently placed his own loyal lackeys in key positions around Siegehold. Killing them will force replacements, which will cause chaos, retraining. All of which will make Zekval struggle. Get rid of all three.
Tread carefully.
It isn't enough to inconvenience Zekval. He should be humiliated. I already have some information, but I need more. He stores military logs in a room too tiny for me to access. See what information he's hiding. I'm sure there's potential blackmail material there somewhere.
For Azj-Kahet, eliminating Zekval's lackeys is but the first move. Blackmail will be the death blow.
I'm gonna salvage what I can here. Throw together an explosive or two.
And yeah, by the way, if you're paying attention, that is 4 separate populations who have an extensive amount of world building in this particular expansion. 1 per zone, actually. Earthen, Kobolds, Arathi, Nerubians. Excuse me, hey, could you look at this really quick? Thank you, appreciate you. But you're in my web! Yeah, but I'm not moving. I'm just going to kill you. Oh, I hadn't thought about that. I mean, congrats on the trap. It's a really well done trap, though. Thanks! Ah. What? The 5th zone? I could just say Undermine. Undermine has stuff, too? Attaching yourself to a new Bazal is a dead-end path. I'm not good at quips. You're a dead end. I love how he screams for help as we kill him. Niffin, actually, okay, Niffin being in the Undermine would make a weirdly large amount of sense.
Oh no. Loyal voices silenced. Seems Zekval wasn't paying attention.
I noticed you trying to defend your own obsolescence, you dusty ancient.
By the way, funny little side note. I don't remember if they state this outright. We know the Ascended cannot produce pheromones. It is implied they cannot detect them either. So it's not just...
Overcrawler with the Nubazol scent mark. Get whatever you were sent for and get out of my way.
Okay, God. So it's not just the fact that they can't, like, project, but they can't receive either. Like, I'm not even sure there is a human equivalent for what the Ascended are in real life terms. A detailed description of the losses of Nerubian troops at the siege hold. Spoilers, it's a lot, because we've been killing a lot of them. So many. That's kind of what I mean. Like, I'm explaining this badly. We can detect pheromones. We can smell them. I mean, Gazlo just smelled a whole bunch of them, right? But we have no idea what it means. So, for all intents and purposes, we cannot detect pheromones.
You are far from home.
It's just a smell, instead of detailed information. Zekfal knows that I am involved. I wanted him to know, but he can say nothing because he's unable to make his own pheromone marks. I've used mine for his needs so far. If he admits he can't, everyone would question his authority, not to mention his status as a Nerubian. Quite a scandal.
Remain an ally.
There should be something I could use.
Be thankful you are useful.
This is not blackmail material, but it is far worse.
We will speak again.
The logs of Zekfal's. He's wasting numerous Nerubian lives, throwing them away like some rabid mantid. Hey! That sounds familiar. By the way, my bad. I've been the one killing them. We must act. As I said, Zekfal doesn't produce his own marks anymore due to his ascension process. He's been forced to use mine. His alchemist is trying to concoct some for him, but once they do, what of me? Take those false pheromones and sneak them out of Siegehold. Expose him, use them. You're creative, just make it messy.
Farewell, for now.
You got a problem? I got solutions.
What was I doing? It's a long story. Tell me about it. Well, it all started when... You know what? Fife just donated me a solid, so I'll summarize instead. I was defended against one of the Nerubian attacks, quite effectively, I might add, but I was webbed inside the Shredder X3922 and dragged into this place. They took my friends hostage, but I'm gonna stay hidden. Nubazol's been standing here for hours as if waiting for me to mess up. I guess he knew the whole time. Then you came along. Okay, now you're caught up.
All parts accounted for.
I don't trust this big bug at all. He let me lay their ages without saying anything. But if he's going to give us access to the siege hold, let's use it. I think I saw some other people being dragged away. I don't think they're eating them. Looks like they're transporting them somewhere. Let's gather them up, make a prisoner convoy, and roll out. Meet me outside.
Nice chat. Now get him.
Acquire Azj-Kahet's pheromones for me, and I'll ensure the freedom of your allies.
You've got a deal. Come on, buddy. Let's go.
Well, on behalf of the entire Goblin Cartel 5, I want to say thank you very much. We appreciate your contribution to the ball, the Girl Scout cookies. I don't know, whatever. Thank you, man. It's a bribe, okay? We're just gonna call it a bribe. Can we just be honest about that? So we appreciate the bribe. Thanks for the bribe. I'll put that bribe towards Final Fantasy IX, Mario Kart 8, and all FPS games. Appreciate you. By the way, the Ascended around here are called Dominators.
Lockpicks, also known as explosives.
By the way, you probably recognize several of these NPCs, but the one you probably recognize the most is her right there.
Next in line, please.
That's Katie's stamp whistle.
Thanks for your patience. How can
Worrying about the mail is still going through. I can't stay here forever.
See you next time.
There's Baba Ganoush.
Be seeing you.
Here's Geppetto. Duh.
Alrighty then.
Oh, here's Bone Grim.
An honor.
And finally, Marcia Chase. They took my fishing pole as if it was a weapon.
See you around.
Your rescue chariot awaits. This way, folks.
Thank goodness. If I had to listen to Baba Ganoush grind his teeth any longer. Just kidding. Let's regroup with everyone else.
It is nice to see a few more survivors of the crash. So let's see. Here's High Arcanist Savor.
What is it?
Hello. I saw you earlier. Using the last of my mana, I tried to help this group, but I am exhausted. We are close by, cloaked by greater invisibility. Have you seen Anduin? No. Is he missing? Look, this isn't a safe place to talk. We should get moving. The invisibility's wearing off.
Victory for Sylvanas.
Yeah, they're actually over there.
Over here.
Hello, Savar.
We'll head to the wagons, but I hope you have a real plan in mind.
Amy. She sold sweets. And Uda, she was the innkeeper of the Horde spot. The Horde, inn.
Wait, please!
You deaf to you!
So, in case you missed that, the alchemist he had that was making the pheromones had finished making the pheromones, so now he was killing him, because the Ascended are not known for their brain power. You're gonna just stand there and...
That generous head!
Keep those pheromones out of Zevkal's hands. It should buy Anub'Azal more time.
You got it. Hello? Okay, I'm here to rescue. Pretend you're not part of the next prisoner convoy. So that's Harold, Caro, and Mira.
You got it. I'll lead the way. Everybody, act super sad. Pretend someone was mean to your alpaca.
I'm already smiling. I'm already smiling.
What now? It's lonely at the top. Looks like we've got work to do.
Smuggle these out? I bet we can use these later, but if we need to, we'll use them to escape. Hopefully it won't come to that.
Bilgewater.
Well, this is a lot of people, but they're all miserable. Fortunately, that's just the flavor we need to sell them out here. This could work.
Do us proud.
Time to get us out of here at the prisoners of the pheromones. I found some convincing chains, and since it's such a big group, everybody stay in character. Our chances look good. We've only got a General Nubisok's marker group for you and I, so we'll be the drones with permission. You all do the talking, I'll mind the cart. Lead us through the gate.
Get out there and get to it.
Hey, Best Trumpet.
For.
What is up?
We better get moving. Remember, we're prisoners.
That's right, we're all miserable.
A song about how miserable we are? Maybe not just yet, Mira.
Maybe not ever, Mira.
I never knew I wanted Savor and Mira, but here we are. Also, you don't have to walk with them. You can skip through some of this because good game design.
What are you doing here?
I have General Nubizal's pheromone mark on me. Let us pass.
Go. Wait. Are your orders from Zevkal? Or Anub'Azal?
Who do you think, maggot?
But they look like... Never mind. Go ahead. Don't report me!
Okay.
Are we out? Is it safe? Can I breathe? We're out. It's safe. You can breathe.
Keep holding it. For science.
We're free! I could just scream for joy!
And call all those spiders over there down on our heads.
Savor, you're not helping?
I love everything about this quest.
What needs fixing?
Let's take a quick breath. We didn't lose anyone, did we?
Bilgewater is on the job.
Oh, we got lucky there. That general is so interested in sabotaging Zekvaults and enemy of our enemy is our friend situation. For today. I feel like there's going to be a theme. Spiders trying to use us against each other. Ah, well. You're going to want to take those pheromones somewhere useful, huh? You do that. I'll make sure these folks get out of harm's way.
Nice chat. Now get a move on.
Grab those.
Okay, we're moving out.
What if I just hum a jaunty tune?
Spiders, Mira. Spiders.
Where?
We'll go ahead and meet up with this Farron friend of yours. Unless they kill each other first.
It's all right, Mira. If we see any, I'll light them up. You're so brave. I'm a postal worker. Trust me, I've seen worse than a dank cave knee-deep in spiders. Huh? I don't want them on my head or my knees.
I would like to point out that this one was not my fault.
I love it. No complaints. 10 out of 10. No further notes. Are you? Oh my gosh. I'll save you. Whoever you are. Who are you?
Skanes preserve us. Who are you?
Yeah, I've often wondered how Galluix came to power. Because, like, he's an idiot. And abusive.
We shall rise.
Yeah, but, like, unlike in real life, if we don't like a CEO in Warcraft, we can just walk up and kill him. I mean, we can do that in real life, too. We just don't.
Such a fascinating visitor.
What do you have for me?
Follow your thread,
What
Morsel.
a beautiful gift. General Nubazal could be an excellent ally. I'm pleased with your work, Morsel.
Come back again, little morsel. I'll be watching.
We've received an invitation. Or rather, you have. It's a request to meet the Vizier. That name rattles even the most wealthy and powerful figures in the City of Threads. Gaining this individual as an ally could seal our victory against Ansaric's horrid little shadow for good. You're to meet them in the burrows. Use the pheromone dispenser in my lair to mask yourself enough to enter safely.
A suspicious invitation. But a face-to-face meeting with the Vizier could be quite the boon for my little conspiracy. And of course there's the matter of your ally. Go, see what you can unravel.
Oh, all right. We've met the Weaver, we've met the General. Let's meet the Vizier, shall we? I notice only one of the things is counted for an activity so far, and I think it's the stupid dig thing I just did.
You are expected inside the first facility on your left.
I'm not going to talk about the city proper yet. We'll come to that.
Ah, welcome. I am Executor Nizrek, also known as the Vizier. Your willingness to meet humbles me.
My friend, you made it.
Hi, Anduin.
Sorry for the cloak and dagger. We just couldn't risk being discovered.
Yeah, he's the actual turn-in. By the way, did you catch that? Classic Nerubian is the Weaver. Big ol' Crypt Lord is the General. And the tall kind, the variant they added back in Wrath, is the Vizier. So, nice variants there.
I will help anyone in need.
What happened to you? How'd you get here? When the Nerubians dragged me away, I thought I was done for, but instead of being taken to a prison, I was brought here to Executor Nizrek. He wished to exchange words, not blows. And in so doing, I have learned that this city and its inhabitants are in dire need of aid. These aren't monsters. They need our help. I realize how strange this all sounds, but I speak the truth. I mean, you gotta sell me. I got this.
Inspire others to do better. Together, we will be victorious.
It surprises me a little to see that you've made allies amongst the Kaheti. And yes, I'm alive as well. Too much of a shock, I hope.
I do what I can. Everyone deserves a chance.
I sent these invitations to you and Illyria both. I'd have bet my father's sword you wouldn't let such a unique opportunity pass you by. It's what sets you apart from all of us. Illyria, however... Yeah, never mind. She's as cautious as she is assertive. I suppose I was hoping for the latter, but if it's the former that's kept her alive, well, perhaps she'll find us later on. For now, it's time for you to meet my new acquaintance.
Together, Executor Nizrek is one of Queen Ansarek's closest confidants.
Or so she surmises.
Nizrek?
You're going to be interesting.
I understand that you have not only entered into an alliance with the Weaver, but you have also parlayed with our famed General Anub'Azal as well. If I were to commit my own resources, we three elderly Nerubians would make quite the formidable triumvirate. The players on the board are set. Now tell me, what game do they wish to play? The Weaver wants to take out Xal'atath and free Ansarak.
Time is short. Here are pheromones that will allow you into the bazaar. Apply them. Xal'atath is a problem, to be certain, but the Queen is not being influenced. She has made a choice she believes in.
Back away from him, creature! Now!
Hi, Illyria. Oh, roller skate division.
And lower your bow. He's an ally.
An ally? Dalaran fell because of them!
Illyria, we can end this war. But not if you loose that arrow.
Fine. But you best have a good explanation for this.
It's okay. I have a summary. So, these are orcs, and they're not the demonic horde. Any questions?
A pleasure to meet you.
Quite the entrance. I should replicate it in my next cabinet meeting. He emits a cough you imagine might be a chuckle. Perhaps we should give them private moment, whilst we let them have at it. Would you hear out a small request of mine?
Do stop by again.
We called you here because it is Ascendance Day. Queen Ansarak has deigned declare today to revel in our newfound void-infused evolution, our Ascendance. Please note my satirical nuance. While the streets are alive with festivity and joyful citizens, the shadecasters planted through the bazaar will be drowning the air with her vile propaganda. Take this invention of mine. Use it to overwrite them with more illuminating information for the public.
Stay silent. Stay safe.
Andrew?
I know I can help.
Fighting Lyra was a risk, but even at this moment, I feel it was worth taking. I know it was. I'll speak with her on my own. In the meantime, I'd like you to venture into the city above. Use those pheromones he gifted you, and allow you access to the Umbral Bazaar. Observe the merchants, listen to the conversations, purchase some goods. The city is as vibrant as Stormwind. Its people are worth freeing from abuse as your own. Experience for yourself how similar we all are.
I do what I can. Go see who the Nerubians really are. You'll be surprised. We'll meet up with you later.
I will not be surprised, because I have played Warcraft 3. And Wrath.
We will not allow Xal'atath to try.
All right, Anduin. Talk.
I don't expect you to understand. But I just... In that moment, with the airship, maybe some part of me thought that would be enough for the light to shine on me again. That maybe if I did what my father... But the light didn't come. I found myself here instead.
His actions impressed me so much that I simply had to redirect his prison transport.
Farron told me I needed to get out of my head about everything. I think she was right. Maybe the light hasn't returned to me, but this is what I'm best at.
Allying with monsters?
Yeah.
Helping people. I'm not going to let Xal'atath ruin a civilization, no matter how monstrous it appears.
And you feel unworthy of the light. I still don't trust these Nerubians, but I trust you. And that's enough for now.
Yeah, wonderful sequence here. Sorry. Typing up notes, you know how it is. Oh yeah, speaking of which, another music positive. Plucking on threads. There's just, oh god, there's so much. There's so much. I don't even know where to start. Okay. So this is another tour quest. But I want to do one side quest first. Just one. Is that okay? Is that cool? Back in Dragonflight, there was a Nerubian named Mr. Sunflower. Mr. Sunflower had a whole sequence. I really hope to show it off on camera, but it's random. It's random. He had a whole sequence where you had to... It was a whodunit. It was this brilliant little sequence where you had to guess who was the person who was evil. And he was like... It was kind of a joke, because he was telling about how you don't have to instantly kill someone just because you're an adventurer. You can talk to them instead, or give them flowers, or maybe we could just have tea instead. And that was this. It was this whole great sequence. So we get here, and it turns out Mr. Sunflower, try to be shocked, actually has his own little parlor of self-healing here in the City of Threads. Let's talk to his patients really quick first.
State your purpose.
I came for couples therapy, but my other half didn't show up. Mr. Sunflower says perhaps I should move on. I think I agree.
What you wonder?
How can I help you? Would you like a tea? Maybe a massage? Oh, Spindles, I have to stop doing that. Boundaries! Sorry.
The Queen sees all.
Nosy, aren't you? My problems with trust issues are private.
We shall rise.
Ah! No! Please! Please, where are your limbs? Who tore off your legs? Please don't come any closer. Okay. I know this is kind of portrayed as a joke, but it really isn't. So a lot of people, real life people, have issues with things that have more than 2 legs, right? Or more, you know what I mean? Too many legs. Centipedes, spiders, millipedes. I can't think of anything else. But yeah, blah, blah, blah. And that's a very real thing. It's actually not what I have. I have a different thing. But some people have issues with too many legs. Vial's here has a thing with too few legs.
We shall rise.
We'll come back to that.
The weave has delivered.
Hello. Are you here for Mr. Sunflower's therapy? I am processing my social anxiety by helping greet everyone that comes in. So, social anxiety, relationship issues, boundary issues, being too unaware of people's boundaries, trust issues, and trauma. Let's just call that one what it is, trauma. Yes. I'm sorry. I don't know how else to say this. I love how wonderfully relatable all of that is with a single line of dialogue. This implies so much that the Nerubians, the spider people who we've been fighting this entire expansion, have a mental health clinic. I don't even know what to say about that. That's just, yeah. Yeah, hey, Anduin, could you, I was actually just looking that up. I might have to look this up in a different thing. Hang on. Here we go. A very pleasant day to you, madam. You're becoming a long way to visit us. What can I do for you? Do you have any small gold stars? Preferably in sticker format. Sorry, we don't be having any like that. I can order some, though. Oh, yes. Please. Can I get them with writing on it? Some with, good job, well done, and not murdered anyone recently would be wonderful. I'll be seeing what I can do. Fantastic. I shall return later. It was wonderful to meet you. I didn't know they'd be allowing Nerubians up here. While we're here, Skitter shows up too.
A blender. Hello. You have shinies? Yes?
We have many shinies. What are you after?
Ropes, hooks, maps.
I have ropes and hooks, but I don't have any maps of Kazalgar. I have maps of Azeroth, but you probably don't.
Your maps of Big World? Oh, I want maps of Big World.
Okay then. Rope, hooks, map. Anything else?
You have candle?
Yeah, sure. I can show in a candle for free.
You give candle? I take candle?
Sure.
This best day ever.
Auralia shows up. You know, Steel Strike. Andi, Taha, good to see you both. Auralia, your weapons be flying off the shelves as quick as we're putting them up. Is everything okay? Was there a problem with the latest shipment? No, nothing like that. I'm on a personal. Whoop, hang on. I screwed up my voices. Sorry. Is everything okay? Was that a problem with the latest shipment? No, nothing like that. I'm here on a personal errand. Do you have any cookbooks? Oh, what level of difficulty you're looking for? Easy. Very easy. Soups, stews. I think we have something for you, yeah. First time cooking? Oh, it's not for me. Could you send it with the next shipment? Thanks. She is hysterically bad at cooking. The last one is Rannon. That's our bespectacled artifact guy. Hey, Teha, checking in to see if you have any Titanic artifacts. Rannon, I've been telling you people not be bringing Titanic artifacts to our door on a regular basis. Well, I let you know if it happened. Very well, very well. Can't blame a guy for trying. It's a lot less dangerous than my usual exploits. Did I tell you about the time? Yes, you met the Black Dragon aspect. You taught us about that. Oh. What about the time we were... Yeah, and the Jardin attacked. You'll be telling us that one too. Well, good, good. All caught up then. Oh, look at the time. Need to go. Bye. So speaking of Mr. Sunflower, also a really minor note. I don't even know if they did this on purpose. The overwhelming majority of Nerubians have fur. It's functionally hair. Like, that's how they use it and that's how they style it. Mr. Sunflower is bald. Happy greetings. I am Mr. Sunflower, and this is my tea room and therapy space. It is a safe place for everyone. I wonder if you might be willing to help a patient of mine. Viazel is deathly afraid of creatures with fewer limbs. I think it's grown into a phobia of dismemberment. I am trying to get to the bottom of this diagnosis. Would you speak to him and demonstrate that you who do not have 8 limbs are not so terrifying? Yeah, sure thing. Wonderful. Come this way. Use your most friendly voice, if you please. Flip this, okay? This is a room of humans. We're a giant spider. And we have been asked to come over and demonstrate that giant spiders are not things to be afraid of.
An overcrawler.
Ahem. Who tore off your legs? Please don't come any closer. I don't know what to say. I'm just here to talk. No, no, get away! It's all right, Viazel. Horde Runner is nice. Oh dear, this is too much for him. Horde Runner, drink the threat-reducing potion. Let's see if that makes you less terrifying. I don't know if anything can make me look less terrifying.
Hey there! I am now a tiny Horde Runner.
What brought you
Viazel, it's hard to pronounce that. Viazel has all of his many eyes shut very tightly. God, I feel so badly for this poor guy.
For Azj-Kahet.
No. Your limbs, where are they? No, 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 leave me alone. Wait, Vi! Oh, no. Oh, goodness, that didn't help at all, did it? Let's follow. Make sure he's all right. I am right behind you. I love Mr. Sunflower. I would burn the city to the ground for Mr. Sunflower. I'm just saying. He wouldn't approve of that, but, you know, I'm just trying to get across the point. Viazel?
Are you lost in the dark?
Oh, he'll break my legs again if I speak of this. I'm sorry, what? Again?
As the queen.
It's my superior, Vekiz. Ever since he ascended, he's become brutal. If we're too slow, he breaks our limbs. Sometimes he pulls them off. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. This is much worse than I originally diagnosed. Viazel has undergone a level of torture I wasn't aware of. We cannot help V with his fear until V is actually safe. Whenever possible, I advocate friendship, recovery, and reconciliation. I ask others to act with compassion and empathy. Everyone deserves a chance to recover. I dedicate my life to this. But hearing and seeing what is happening, I think I've changed my mind. Enough is enough. We must act. Horde Runner will see to your problem. I will stay with you. I promise you will be safe. The name of this quest is Setting Boundaries. If it's not obvious, I freaking love this quest. Yeah, abusive work environment, by the way. Pains me to do this, but it's the only way you seem to learn your lessons. Don't hurt us. Trust me, buddy. I ain't here to hurt you. Yeah, reminder, this blizzard. Is he dead? Dragon Player is dead. Still donating, which is terrifying. Donators from beyond the grave. If I was undead, I could stream all day long. No more need for sleep or breaks. Having to eat. Oh, it would be amazing. Skyrim, which we'll have to mod to get rid of the spiders. Silent Hill. Not sure how that'll work out. And Stuffkin. Hopefully no spiders in that one. Thank you, Dragon Player. The totally not undead Dragon Player. Yeah, it's time to do a rock cam. What am I looking for here? Is it up? Is it down? Well, I'm afraid that Kira White Noise has led me astray. Again. Now. The Ascended Nerubians have been mutated beyond empathy or community. I love that line. We have already seen, in very obvious and overt ways, how stupid, evil, and self-destructive that the Ascended are. But that one line explains it all so neatly. They have mutated beyond empathy or community. And if I might be so bold, that's pretty much the problem with the old gods and all of their various minions, the Naraki, the Kathraxi, in a nutshell. They aren't people. They don't have what really defines people. They don't have the social element, and they don't have the ability to empathize. Because that's kind of what makes us people, you know? It's kind of what's really separates us from animals, is that capacity. It pains me, but I must focus on those that can be saved, like the Azj. It is over. Vekis can't hurt you anymore. Is it really gone? I don't know how to feel. I'm relieved, but also saddened? Take some time, whatever you need. Come talk again when you're ready. I will, Mr. Sunflower. And I just layered. Well, the good news is the cutscene was already over. Yeah, we can empathize with things that don't even exist. Do the Titans have the ability to empathize? That is a good question. You're way outside the city. You're way. Where are you taking me, Kira White Noise? Anyways, pluses to Mr. Sunflower. I think nobody would argue that one. Ignore that. It's fine. It's fine. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. How far down are we? Way down. We finally meet. I've been watching you for some time now. You'll have to give my manners. Once I was an emissary to a great king. It's all in the past. Now I am simply Kahet. King? Yes, a new Barak, ruler of Azj-Nerub. He sent me here to ask for aid in a great war we were fighting against the army of the dead. He was proud, strong, mighty king. But I've heard whispers that he too fell, that his last days were spent serving the Lich King. All he is now is a horrifying memory. What happened to you? When I came before Queen Neferes with the New Barak's demands, she cast me out and locked me away. Looking back, I think she knew what she was doing. If you'd allowed me to return to Azj-Narub, I would have surely been slain for my failure to bring the forces of Azj-Kahet with me. As far as I know, I am the last living Nerubian of Azj-Narub. For that, I suppose I owe her my life. Now, the good news? Actually, no. We know that the several people survived Azj-Narub. Not a lot. They also might not have any, egg layers. We're not sure. Also, we're going back to Northrend in 2 expansions. Just, pointing that out. I was actually thinking about it. Looks like it doesn't change if you've killed a Nubarak. I was actually thinking about it. As much as I'd love playable Nerubians here, they probably have a lot on their plate. And making a race like the Nerubians would be a thing, even if they use the Drakthir approach, which is what they should do, by the way. I stand by what I've said. The Drakthir are a great template going forwards for how to do non-humanoid races and to save on development time for new races. But if they make them playable during The Last Titan, that might also work. And yes, thank you, Kira White Noise. Okay, where are they? I'm actually a little turned around now. Where was I? Here, I want to say? Yes. I'm going to poke in on Sunflower really quick. How are we doing? How is Viazel doing? We removed the immediate threat to V's well-being, but that ascended Nerubian had quite a hold on him. He manipulated him into thinking he deserves that treatment. Oh, God, this really was written by Blizzard employees. Think about that. He manipulated him into thinking that he deserved that abuse. I hope Viazel returns to talk, but it's his own timetable to do so. I'll be here whenever he's ready. Is that a therapy cat? Yes! Where is it? Where's the cat? Oh, there it is. I am hopeful to use the creature to help V. I had it imported for this special use, though it has been a challenge to remind others that cats are not comfort food. Hey, Carlos. And given that we know that Sunflower goes up to Dornagal to buy stuff and trade, yeah, he probably literally had that cat imported via that. There's also some tea. It's sunflower tea. Cat looks so delicious. But no, I will not murder anyone today. Actually, I'm probably going to murder hundreds of people today, but that's unrelated.
Who sent you? Kahet is Korvan.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Your presence has been noted.
Rumor accepted. Okay, so this is Azj-Kahet, the City of Threads. Oh, Jesus, Uthor. How are you coming along with a murder problem? I only murdered 15 people today. That's good. That's good. We're trying to get that number lower, not higher. Right. Sorry. See, I had a raid. I understand. I know they had very shiny loot. Have you ever considered walking up to the boss and politely asking for the loot? It might work out next time.
Ascension, reserved only for the most loyal. The purest form of our evolution. Purest form? Ask yourselves, do the Ascended appear Nerubian to you?
The Queen's word shall not be silenced!
Okay, I don't want to start a brawl here, so... Have you ever... So this is what Uthor just said. Oh, jeez. Have you ever considered your desire for loot as an attempt to empower something you feel deficient in yourself? I've actually thought about that a few times. Ansarek refuses to go through Ascension, which is interesting. So I love this. There's just this giant freaking nest right here in the burrows, directly below that. Here's a question for you. How long has that been there? Also notice that it's... So there's that, right? There's the palace. That void pit is almost directly over the palace and the burrows. We're not going to go too far down, but that goes pretty far down. Go sabotage some arbalists while we're here. You know, normally I'm not into violin music, but they really make it work here. Yeah, there's actually a few options for when that void got there. Could have been always there. That's entirely viable. Could have been when a certain sword stabbed down. Could also be something that's developed very recently. As in, when Azj-Kahet showed up. Not sure. Larva logs. Closing early. Get your logs now. Wait, you're closing early? Have to. Won't get a good spot in the hollows for the Queen's Ascendance Day speech. Yeah. Give me 3 beetle legs, a larva log, and a pair of Tura roasts. Order up, Yagi. Quick fry, a jumbo stick, a log, and 3 bee legs all day. If. I shudder to think of how long the city took to design. I honestly think this place took... I mean, just the visuals, just the doodads and the bricks and the architecture and layout. This place took months. This is one of the biggest reasons why, no matter how many times people question the visual storytelling positives, I always stand by them. This is a lot of work done to stretch this place out and make it work. And add to the atmosphere, the flavor, the vibe, the visuals. Like, look at this. Did you notice that a lot of the gemstones are held in web? How about the fact that the webbing is specifically what's holding up the scales? Did you even notice the little gems, which are 3D objects, by the way, in the shelves? And yeah, I haven't even talked about the Undermine. I haven't even been there yet. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, the bazaar here, by itself, qualifies as a triple. Like, across the board. Brickwork, NPCs, set dressing, and doodads. By itself. Is that new thread ready yet? Yes, Silk Swooner. Arrived this morning from the factories in Azj-Kahet. Then untangle your legs and throw it on the mill. This warping won't stay hot forever. Yes, Silk Swooner. Right away, Silk Swooner. Don't drop the pace. Another wave of Ascended troops are loading up for tomorrow's incursion. How is that even possible, Uthor? By the way, did you notice that the... I mean, just look at the whole thing. Just look at it. I have said for years that... Well, that's wrong. I have said for months, for about 4 months, that this is the best looking city, best looking spot in the entire game. As of this moment in time, I stand by that.
We will wipe out the invaders from above, no matter what it takes!
We aren't invaders. We just showed up.
Are the old ones truly gone? Or do agents of the Void continue to manipulate us today?
Now, that is shockingly good exposition for a single line. Why? Because for the longest time we've associated the insect races with loyal minions of the old god. We saw that in Azj-Kahet, even, back in Wrath. And it's something they've mentioned several times every time the insect races have come up. With the Akir, with the Silithid, with the Klaxi. And yet, here, the Vizier says, are the old ones truly gone? Or do the agents of the Void continue to manipulate us today? In other words, framing the old ones, the old gods, as if they're a bad thing. And have been considered a bad thing for a long time. Long enough to be a cultural thing. Long enough for people to be like, oh. Like to have an innate bias against the old gods. That says a lot in one sentence. I've always found it interesting, too, that the Nerubians seem to be the most developed of the 3 insect races. The Akir were barely anything. In fact, it's the Akir or the Kiraji, I forget which, but they're barely anything. Like, they're just insect people, and they're barely sentient. The Klaxi had their whole thing going on, but honestly, they were still pretty droidy in their overall approach and style. Okay, so the Akira first, so I'm thinking of the Kiraji. The Kiraji are just loyal robots. The Klaxi are like barely at the beginnings of development. The Nerubians have culture, have society, have history, have civilization. And of course, it makes so much sense that it's the Nerubians who are the furthest away from the old gods. Because remember, while chaos can and does lead to sentience, too much chaos just leads to a giant ball of gluck. Something that lacks community and empathy. As you can see, we have quite a variety. Many are procured from our own Rakish range to the east. Feel free to peruse the store. The little critters are friendly enough to feed yourself. It's a pet store. Guys, it's a Nerubian pet store. I'm legally obliged to inform you that we're not liable for any lost appendages, no matter the size or number. They have little balls, playing balls, and like food bowls. And like birds and plushies. They have duck toys. They have little collars. They have eggs, and this is all probably food. Like there's beetles and worms and bugs and grubs. Grilled bugs. They have corn and oh my god, this is crazy. They have a Nerubian store. Do you understand what that means? Like, I'm sorry. Pets. The very existence of something like pets informs a huge amount of how much a civilization has gotten to develop. I mean, granted, we've had pets in real life for, what, 10 millennia or something like that? I forget the exact number. It's a long freaking time. But still, like, you have reached the point of developing into a society when you can keep something around, not for survival, not for work, not for food, just as a pet.
Pressed our borders with their airships. We must show them the venom of Azj-Kahet! Queen Neferis boldly shielded our people against any threat we faced. Will Ansurek do the same?
By the way, a couple of wandering, oh god, I can't think of the species name. The snail market is oversaturated in our home of Zarla Caverns. Whoop, 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 no, no! Okay. I was showing off the visuals. I was showing off the visuals. M. Let's get chill for here for a second till I get my pheromones back. Okay, I retract my statement, Mom Brent. I apologize. Okay.
Hi!
Nope, out of here. What? Me? Why? You're odd. I've never seen you before. I just wanted to look inside. Doesn't matter. Mies doesn't like anyone without invitation. Before you ask, no, you're not invited. Maybe we could chat? If you don't take your leave, my girls might get angry. Or hungry. Same thing. Okay.
Oh, see you soon.
Don't worry. We'll do this quest. Yep. Yep, that was the bouncer. Literally.
We're here to observe and learn about Ansurek. That's all.
We've observed enough. I am on the hunt.
Yes, the Vizier asked the same of me at the other city districts. I admit my reluctance to trust Anduin's new ally has waned slightly. No more than a little finger's length, but even that is more than I anticipated.
I do not miss.
Yeah, the city is not small. It's pretty well clearly designed to be flown around, but it also benefits from being walked around, too. It's great. A vibrant people, such as any other we've encountered over the decades. They deserve the same peace and protection that we seek for our own. Let us vow that when forced to fight, it'll always be against the source of the strife, never the victims of it.
Everyone deserves a chance.
That stage in the distance is where Ansurek will give her Ascendance Day speech. You, Illyria, and I shall make our way up to one of the towers and observe. If we're to turn her own citizens against her, we must also gain as much first-hand experience with her tactics as we can manage. I've already told Illyria as much, but we cannot make our presence known. If we do not run into trouble, the Vizier has arranged a set of getaway flyers at the edge of the burrows, where we first met.
Inspire others to do better.
So...
And this I promise to you all. With our renewed strength, our kingdom shall be reborn!
Notice they've already lost an army.
I can feel the Void's influence
Or
upon
two.
her. She's Zalatath's creature now.
How could you know that? Illyria, we need to go.
Maybe you're right. Wait. She's here.
What?
Zalatath.
No!
For Khadgar.
Get the Queen to safety!
Move, now!
Repel the intruder!
So, that sequence of events is fantastic. You caught it, right? She is drowning in her anger. All the anger she's been pushing herself the entire series, the entire expansion so far, comes...
The Vizier left us flyers to escape with at the end of this path.
The entire city is closing in. We'll need to fight our way there.
Boiling to the front of her existence. She literally can barely hold herself together because of how angry she is. Anduin's the one who notices, recognizes, and is like, we gotta bounce. And so he biggity bounces. And she takes a moment, and there's just this sigh. You see her physically sigh. She's like, no, you're right. We need to go. And then she goes to leave, and you can just feel Xal'atath realizing that her trap isn't working. Because clearly Xal'atath set this up to bait Illyria, specifically. So she decides to go ahead and illusory herself out there. Whether it was her actually physically being there or not doesn't even matter. Clearly she reached out and made sure she would feel her presence. And then sat right next to the Queen. Nobody reacted to her, of course. She just floats up right next to the Queen. And she can't help herself at that point. And Illyria does the one thing the Void is the worst at. Direct confrontation. Takes a shot right for her target and tries to defeat it head on. That's not what the Void's good at. So, once she goes away and the arrow vanishes, Illyria realizes pretty much instantly that she's been played. And now it's like, well, shoot. Now we bail.
Overcrawlers! They would assassinate our beloved queen!
Actually, yeah.
What happened back there? This isn't you!
No.
I had to take the shot. It was my chance to make up for Dalaran. For Khadgar.
And yes, the light is extremely good at direct confrontation. It's probably what it's best at. That's true, by the way, whether healing or damaging. If you think about it. The light is some of the most direct healing magic in the entire setting. Whoosh, be healed. Whoosh, get up.
I'll slay you myself. The Fang will arrive to your corpses.
Think about what discipline heals are like. I will do damage to this enemy, which will incidentally heal you. I will prevent you from taking damage. I will put something upon you that allows you to recover if you are injured. Think about it.
We are in this together.
But I have...
Through the webs! We're not yet safe.
And yeah, notice Anduin isn't angry at her. He's worried about her.
Understand what I'm dealing with.
But I do. Let's try... Wait! Get back!
Ahem. Sorry.
Champion, slip through and take out the commander. We'll keep that swarm at bay for you.
What he just said was, I know all about blaming myself for things I couldn't possibly control. And yeah, notice once again, the little brother is now worried about the big sister. Ooh. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Ah, jeez. No! I was there! No! I'm gonna die. There we go.
No! My swarmlings! Come back!
Finally! Now I can get a clear shot.
Shield me! Protect me!
By the way, another recurrent thread of almost all the Ascended. One way or another,
The flyers are just up ahead.
they're all afraid.
Illyria, are you thinking of giving up? Giving in? I know what it's like. I can't fix things for you. But you know who you are. And I can listen. If you need me.
Oh yeah, their doubt is palpable. The voice acting sells it. You can feel it as whenever we defeat an Ascended or fight an Ascended. You can feel them just freaking out as they slowly melt before us.
What is that?
Taste the venom of my fangs, overcrawlers.
More! Where?
What now? Our flyers are dead!
Jump!
Have you lost your... Alright, fine, jumping it is.
I love that line. Jump! Yeah.
I've seen you, Windrunner. Always alone. Pushing everyone away to embrace the hunt. Just like the monster you pretend not to be.
You're the only monster here.
Am I? You've slain hundreds to find me. Was that really all for Khadgar? Or is it just your nature to destroy? Come, Illyria. Embrace who you truly are.
Illyria. Illyria.
I know who I am. Run all you like. I'm coming for all of you.
You know, if I had a nickel for every time a Windrunner made a powerful but ultimately futile act of defiance against someone, I'd only have 2 nickels, but, you know, kind of strange that it happened twice. I love that sequence, if it's not obvious. One moment. I think so, Zar. I don't know, I can't see it right now. No, that was a great moment of defiance. I mean, as I've pointed out, the Sylvanas defiance scene worked great if the jailer didn't exist, which I know sounds strange. Ugh. My favorite thing about that scene is it comes so soon after we just heard Illyria say a line. She said, "How could you possibly help these monsters?" And I emphasize that word. She doesn't use that word very often. In fact, I think that's only the second or third time she's used that word. So, when Xal'atath approaches her and wonderfully circles around her, she repeats the word as she uses it to describe Xal'atath. You are a monster. Xal'atath throws it back in her face. I only bring that up because I think it's another little tidbit. She has been distancing herself so much from everything because that's how she's been trying to cope. She's also, ironically, falling into the doubt loop in a bad way. It's so clear as we've been going through this entire arc, across the expansion, that Illyria is afraid that she's going to fall to Void, that she's going to become something like Xal'atath or the old gods or whatever. It's a very valid fear. It's a sane fear, because that's an extremely dangerous thing to fall into. But the thing is, Illyria's not that, and it is specifically her fear of that which is driving her to it. I love this, but Xal'atath pretty much gave her the answer right then and there. She had to embrace who she is and accept who she is. Remember, one of the big themes of the entire expansion, accepting who you are. And that's what allows her to break from the fear loop. She's not going to be consumed by the void because she accepts the void as part of her, rather than something to be afraid of and to give power over her.
Soaked, but alive.
Let's get to shore.
It's also worth noting, while we're here, Xal'atath is one of two things, possibly both. She either really, really wants to recruit Illyria, or she's nowhere near as good as she thinks she is. And don't mistake me, Xal'atath is one of the only intelligent villains we've ever had in Warcraft, but frankly, the bar's kind of low. She absolutely overplays her hand several times, and this is a good example of that. And again, it's either because she really, really, really wanted Illyria, like, come on, you're right here, and she just couldn't help herself by pushing too hard. Or, like I said, she's not actually all that much. Not really. And again, it could be both.
My arrows strike true.
Our journey down here has strained us all. Even still, the struggle has enlightened me to Anduin's character. The obstacles he's overcome, the ones he's still working through. I'm quite impressed by one so young.
I will not fail again.
We made it! Perhaps not as quietly as intended, but alive.
Everyone deserves a chance.
Actually, yeah. N'Zoth totally overplayed with Ashara and ended up having to take a step back in that negotiation for it. Still punished her for it.
Danger lurks.
I went into the city prepared to end this war, even if I was ended with it, but I'm alive. As are you, as is Anduin. We have new allies and a new way forward. I realize at this moment my vision may have been obscured by my guilt. Part of me feels those words are Anduin's, not mine. Maybe he's rubbing off on me. Let's return to your Weaver's lair. I wish to see yours and Anduin's efforts to save these people, as well as our own, through.
No, I need a moment more. We'll catch up with you at the Weaver's lair. You have found me. Well, we've certainly kicked the spider's nest. Xal'atath won't wait long before striking again.
Illyria, what happened back there?
She invited me into the darkness. Said I was already halfway there. And I'd be lying if I said that wasn't partly true. That by embracing the void to pursue her, I had to cast aside all I care for. You, Barisa, Turalyon, Arator, Khadgar.
Dalaran wasn't your fault.
Can you blame me for wishing I had prevented it? For wondering if the void could have alerted me to Xal'atath?
No, I understand that feeling. More than you know.
For so long, I thought I had to choose between two paths. Stay with my loved ones, or walk alone in the void.
Thanks, Zira.
Zalatath sought to force that choice upon me. But I see now that there is only one path forward. The void is a part of me, as is my love for my family. I can and must walk with both, no matter what Zalatath whispers in my ear.
It can be hard to find your footing in the darkness. Just remember, Illyria, we are always here to lend a hand.
Actually, yeah, Miss Mirastar, you're absolutely right. Also, there's a random side quest here. Hello, random side quest. Are you on the map? You are. Good. Bye.
Let's make haste, champion. We must notify our allies of what we've uncovered.
Oh, hey, now you're actually here.
A little weave rat told me you arrived. I anticipated your exodus from the city would be boisterous. But you enjoy exceeding expectations, don't you? I've been expecting you.
How many times were my suspicions diverted from Executor Nizrek's true identity as the Vizier? Perhaps I've lost my step. Me, a master of spycraft. Far more likely it's that he's simply much better than I give him credit for. I find myself quite stirred by the knowledge that someone's gift for subterfuge may rival my own. We shall work quite well together.
Oh, you've brought two powerful Kaheti into our humble conspiracy, and reunited with your companions. Impressive, my darling morsel. I shall reach out to the General and Vizier soon. As my primary agent in this delightful tangle of threads, I'll require your presence during this initial communique.
By the way, do you notice how she's just casually gone to the point where she identifies us as, and I quote, her primary agent? There's no giving orders. She just kind of subtly shifts us in there into her power structure. Treats us with respect, makes sure we get what we want, and then makes sure we're also being pushed in directions she wants.
Do keep in touch. At last, our threads. Our mutual agent has informed me that their allies from above will storm our realm for Zalatath's head.
However, disposing of Zalatath will not be enough to save our people. It is Ansarek that is leading us to our downfall. Ah, you speak of insurrection. You don't know our queen as I know her. Our people go missing. Dark forces walk the palace. Ansarek only thinks of power.
But she is still Nephris's blood. Is there no redeeming her?
We've blinded our tired hearts from the truth, Widow. Ansarek is nothing like her mother. Indeed. But we three can work together to restore Nephres's ideals instead.
I understand. We must slay Ansarek and sever the threads that shackle our people.
Oh, I agree. Hear white noise. I also love how that tiny hint of the fact that Arachni here, excuse me, the Weaver, honestly does clearly care for Neferus. Her desire to spare her daughter purely because she's her daughter was clear in the actress's voice. Oh, and we're having some dip. We should still be here though. Looks like I'm still connected. Yep, it was just a blip.
Welcome, little morsel.
I expected far more verbal dueling than what occurred. To be so willing to work with one another must mean these are dark times indeed. We have a long road ahead of us. I will say plainly your help has been invaluable. It may end up being the thread that allows my people to survive. Thank you.
Our threads will cross again.
That's not really a joke, by the way. We are more or less the reason why the Nerubians of Azj-Kahet are going to thrive as a people. Things would have gone much worse for them without us.
There is much left to do. May your aim never falter. Come, Anduin. Dornegal awaits.
We'll meet you there, champion.
Sorry, Evo, I didn't want to get stuck in your puns. Ron?
You'll find me.
Go to a delve. Okay. I'll get back to that. No, go to a delve. We'll get back to you. No! Delves! Delves!
Oh, Illyria! Anduin! Oh, good to see you back. Best mind your manners in the presence of a queen.
So I haven't decided if I should do this now or not. The MSQ continues for a little bit past Azj-Kahet. But we could go back and just finish up the zone and then do this. I don't know. I'm kind of torn on the idea. Yeah, because we have a lot of sweeping to do down below. Yeah, let's go ahead and zip back down. I think I agree. Let's zip back down. Actually, let's do one other thing first. Very quickly. This will literally only take a few minutes. Yeah, I know we're not actually at the end yet, but it feels weird being this close to the end. I'm thinking Wednesday at the current pace. We'll see. I don't know how long these quests will be. Of course I am, Fife. It's the only raid boss in the entire game I can give gameplay positives to. I have to do it. Of course I show up and that happens. It was me. Sorry. That's my bad. My B. I was actually the Void Runner the entire time. Sorry for the deception. There it is. What? This is new. Interesting. So we can use 5 to get 5 thing, which actually, yeah, that makes a real good sense when you think about it. Or you can also do hardcore mode just for funsies. Doesn't look like it gives you anything else, but it's there for fun. Interesting. Well, anyways, I only have 3, so. Hey, look, there's a bunch of Cohens here. That's strange. I wouldn't worry too much about it. We shall rise from the depths and forge a new beginning. So these are all Cohens. What are Cohens doing here? If you remember, they were all the way back in Najatar and BFA. Also, there's a Naga right there. The Kobus and Naga traded blows in battle for generations. Of all the Cohen tribes, only the Kobus matched the viciousness and violence of Ashara's armies. Thanks, Ashara. That's another one I owe you for. So yeah, that's what the Kobus are. They're what's left over of the Cohens after they were forced into brutalist barbarism in order to survive against the Naga. And Cohens, for those who don't remember, are Jinyu. Jinyu are mutated Murlocs, thanks to Titan Blessed Energies. Yeah, it's pretty messed up. They continue to give us Murloc subspecies, and yet no Murlocs. Notice we're all sharing credit here, by the way, which I only point out because, as usual, this game continues to be very co-op friendly. I don't know any of these people, and I'll never see any of them again. But we're all helping each other with this little quest. Do this again. Are those eels? What are those? No, those are shards of azurite. Prayers up. The Hand of Azjara. Now that sounds familiar. You dare defy the Queen of Tides. Such insolence will not go unpunished. It's okay, guys. I'm a tank. I'm not a geared tank. Although I am shockingly close to my main in item level right now. Each aquatic soldier defeated eases the memories of the pain of this place. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Girl the Feaster. Girl, please. Must feast. Must devour. Well, it does look like a troll, and that makes perfect sense, considering. Done. Damn it. Didn't quite manage it. Oh well. $25 shards out of that. Not terrible. Where would the follow-up quest with... oh, it's right there. Duh. Right there. I already picked it up. Forgot about that. I'll be honest, I didn't catch on to the color scheming. Needs to be more yellow. Hi, Farron. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine.
A lamplighter brings hope.
She looks into the darkness with glazed over eyes. You alright? Nah, that's a dumb question. Your friend sent us out to see you're doing.
Be strong, my friend.
Oh, did something happen? I was just paying my respects. You lost someone here. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. We're here. She shakes her head. Andari, my dearest friend. I never had time to say goodbye. But no, I should get back to Merelder. I can't wallow here. Let's go. Anduin struggles for words and fails, falling silent.
I know I can help. Inspire others to do
There was a time when I would have known the words to say to help her, but now there's lost to me as everything else. Must be something we could do. Her old lamplighter companion, this Andari, would have had one of those tinderboxes, right? They seemed important as funeral rites. I'll accompany Farron back to Merelder and meet you there. If you think there's any hope of finding lost belongings, could you try to look? It's okay. I've got PC eyes. Who sent you after me? Steel Strike? Chiron? I swear I'll... Oh no, I'm not ratting anyone out. There are people worried about you, and they care. She pauses, smiles, and nods. I mean, that's very possible, Mr. Red. And, yeah. Each expansion leapfrogs the previous one. That's just the nature of development cycles. The fact that they're more coordinated across expansions doesn't change that. Most of the work on Midnight is done. Now. They're on polishing past stuff. They're you know, going for all the details that need to be done. Spending 5 hours designing a market, for example. Whoop. 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 Ah, I failed. If they go Diablo 4, I'm out. I'm just gonna say that as bluntly as I can. I know a lot of people are like, yeah, bring on the black, bring on the bleak. And I'm glad that you can enjoy that. I am not one of the people who can enjoy that. Warcraft traditionally is not that kind of a setting. So we'll see. I'm going to tell you a weird anecdote. Bear with me. Someone I know who had played a bit of it a while decided to try out FF14. They were rather put off. I don't want to say they were willing to put it down, but they were rather put off by something pretty early on. It's a quest right at the beginning of the Ul'dah chain. It's where a merchant decides to take advantage of a woman because she is a immigrant? No. Refugee. That's the word I'm looking for. Refugee. And pretty much flat out states that the only way he'll accept her apology is if she decides to go and sexually service him. That right there was almost a line. And that, like I said, that person was very put off by that because that kind of stuff doesn't exist in WoW. By design, actually. There have been interviews where they flat out say, yeah, no, we just... no. Just... no. It did used to. And then they shoved that crap right back out of it. Which I'm kind of with, honestly. As I've said, if you want your bleak, horrible death doom, put it over there. Go watch The Boys. I'm pretty sure Garona's been retconned at this point. I can double check that. Yeah, if I have to sacrifice Diablo in order to get Warcraft, then I'm with it. It's also worth noting that any horribly dark, bleak, unpleasant thing we can think of in Warcraft is old Warcraft, not modern Warcraft.
New reserves are readying to enter the front
that's
line.
great, that's great, that's great.
Sparring.
When shadow falls, lamplighters rise.
There's no time to mourn, not when there's fighting to be done. If you have time to mourn, you have time to train, to make sure we don't lose anyone else. So...
a beacon
in other things. In all the darkness, thank you. And this is...
we carry the flame into the unknown.
And Daria must have been painting this figurine for me. It's for a game many Arathi here play. It's called Light's Gambit. When we lost pieces, Daria and I started to make our own. It's just a hobby. It's a board game. How do you play? I've enjoyed a few myself. Her eyes light up with excitement.
We owe our service to those in...
Light's Gambit is an old and honored game. There's a reason so many Arathi play it. I can teach you a lot about strategy, and I can tell you a lot about your opponents. But we're still missing a few pieces we need to play. Sometimes folk around Merelda lend us pieces. Did you ask around?
Be strong, my friend.
That's right, the Arathi have a board game. So Light's Gambit, we take opposite sides of the board and try to take each other's people's pieces' abilities. We should wait for Horde Runner to get back to explain the rules. Nah, I'll figure it out. I don't know. You're welcome, Valerian. And you'll probably be here. I mean, we got a few days left in us. Oh my god, that is adorable. Yeah, don't tell her about Warhammer.
There is always hope if we choose to look for it.
I mean, the problem is dark and bleak are very different things. It's pretty easy to tell the difference between the two at a glance, even if it's hard to define on paper, like so many other things.
The Emperor rewards the faithful.
In fact, I can actually use an exact example right now from the same franchise. Diablo 3 is dark. Diablo 4 is bleak. Hey, do you have a piece? Aw, but Garrigan the Great was about to have his final battle with the Shadow Lord. Eliza?
I like it when the star shines.
You're a good one. Killed lots of Cobus. Still, though, it feels like we didn't kill enough. Not really. Oh, well, plenty more fish in the sea.
When the
That is a horrifying application of that line. Good afternoon off the deeper end. We've passed most of the MSQ, if that makes you feel better. Not all of it, but most of it. We're doing some sweeping right now.
Are you well, friend?
By the way, I didn't quite read that out loud, but... Aw, but Garrigan the Great was about to have his final battle with the Shadow Lord. It's okay, we can use Clary's doll. Oh, do you think Clary will want to play with us? Also, Kargan said, here's a piece I made to try out some custom ability rules I'm working on. Let Farron know the new abilities are almost done, will you? I'll have to have her test them out. I could see that, Xavion. Legacy of the Void was definitely dark. But never crossed over that line. Never once went over that line. Ugh. Which makes sense. Oh, firecrackers. Did I forget to explain base powers? Well, if your units collect enough... Horde runners! Sorry, we got ahead of ourselves. Fearman's already explained the rules. Most of them, anyway. You're just in time for the best part. The combat!
My faith kindles my hope.
It's fine, we can catch up on the rest of the rules later. Resolving combat's the most fun anyway. You and Anduin can team up against me. Maybe then you'll stand a chance.
In my heart, there is fire.
Okay, well sure, I can play.
Team against my one unit. Easy. You win by getting my unit's health to 0. I win by getting each of your units' health to 0. Look carefully at each of your unit's abilities. Don't worry, I won't start until you make your first move. Your castle has a powerful ranged attack, but it can't move. The other two can move, and have both ranged and melee abilities. Try using an ability. Each unit can only do one ability, then it has to recharge. While it's recharging, switch to another unit. Move your pieces around the board to avoid my attacks and deal your own. The first player to wipe out the other side's team wins. Let's do this!
Yeah, this is an interesting take on the concept, not gonna lie. Don't do that, Kraken-san. Don't ruin everything. They might hear you. Ugh, Rumble. I actually gave Rumble a chance because I don't like to criticize things without trying them. Rumble sucks, by the way. Thank you for this. I'm having fun, and I would have loved playing with you too. We're still here for you if you want to talk about it. I think I'd like that.
When shadow falls, lamplighters rise.
Let's Gambit is full of interesting decisions. Will you hold your cleric back to protect your castle? Send it forward to heal your knight? There are other encounters, too. Different situations call for different strategies, though I personally think you can't go wrong by just blasting your enemy to bits as quickly as possible in every situation. Do you have family in Hellafall?
Don't give in to fear.
No, my family's still in the Empire. I stowed away on the expedition because I too heard Belladar's call. I was never supposed to be here. You left home so young. Your parents must be worried sick. If my parents had their way, I'd be locked in a library drafting documents on economics or something. I chose this life. My parents never saw me as anything other than a disappointment. I used to think my father was just as disappointed in me. By the end, I'd like to think we started to understand each other. Hope you get the same chance with your family. That'd require me ever going back. We have pipelines. We can make this happen. We have a spaceship!
I will see you through the shadow.
Andari's favorite figurine was that one, painted in red. It was the first I tried to paint. It was difficult given... She waves at her left arm. I lost my arm and eye when our ships arrived in Halifal. All I remember was a flash of light, and then I was under something, screaming. When I came to, my arm and eye were gone. I was so imbalanced I had to learn to walk again, like a child. Steelstrike had been the one to dig me out. She said my choice to stow away meant I was a soldier, not a child.
We cannot hide from evil.
Do you regret stowing away?
If you are lost in darkness, we are
I don't regret anything. I wanted to live up to Steelstrike's expectations. I refused to be anything less than the rest of the army. I trained endlessly. Andari convinced me to play Light's Gambit to learn strategy. By the time I realized they were actually getting me to rest, I was hooked. When we lost pieces, I wanted to make a new one. Because of my missing arm, I had to figure out new ways to fight, to eat, to dress myself. And yet, crafting this tiny piece with one arm was my greatest challenge. Because of Andari, I rose to it not with grim determination, but joy. Andari healed me. Not my wounds, not my missing limbs, and not with magic, but something inside. Now they're gone.
We are a light in the darkness.
I pat her shoulder.
A beacon in the dark.
Thank you. Thank you both for listening. I've fought so hard to be seen as strong, to earn my place, to love my people. But it's hard to let the walls down. You have to let the walls down eventually, before they all come crumbling down around you. You don't have to do it alone. Be kinder to yourself. Care to take your own advice? Anduin snorts. I think it was you who said something like that to me first. Perhaps we both need to learn to take our own advice.
A lamplighter brings hope.
Tell me more about the Empire. The negative to story Empire.
We carry the flame into the...
Vast, powerful, bathed in the light. Okay, there's that negative. The Empire's a force to be reckoned with. Sounds like a visit would be an interesting journey. To be honest, I'm not sure how kindly the mainland people would take to the variety of people you keep company with. We in Halifal know beggars can't be choosers. We need all the help we can get. And you all have proven to be fine folk, but the Empire's not so open-minded or desperate. Don't you miss home? I truly thought I would, but I became the person I am under Belladar's light. This is my home now. And were I to leave, I'm not sure travel life you hail from. It's Stormwind you speak of. If you don't take me someday, I'm going to go stomping around up there myself. We can
I
probably
will see
manage
you
that.
through the shadow, despite everything. The Orathi find joy.
Do you miss Stormwind?
Inspire others to do better.
Of course I miss home. A new human kingdom. What's it like? Grand, beautiful, filled with so many different types of people. The fresh bread at the Gilded Rose, the magical accidents of the Mage District, the festivals, the people. So why don't you go back? I can't. Not yet. Who would want to see what their king has become? No. No.
We are in this together.
You look like you like board games, Anduin.
Everyone deserves a chance.
My father would play with me. Sometimes. We'd go to the war room and he'd let me play with the figurines. We had all sorts of games together. None of them made much sense, but we had fun. Sounds like a wonderful father. He wasn't. It was complicated. He did his best. I've spent so long trying to be him. To be the great warrior king that leads the charge. To be the hero everyone wants me to be. Some hero I am. Couldn't save anyone, much less myself.
I will help anyone in need.
The tides can turn at any time, like how you could decimate Faerun's army right now if you use your healer next to revive your cavalry next to a knight.
I do what I can.
Hey, don't help him! Here I was trying to figure out how to get my footman forward without losing him. Leaving your knight in the open, Faerun. Risky. You kept ignoring your healer. How was I supposed to resist taking advantage of that? Yeah, Anduin, don't ignore your healer.
We will not allow Xal'atath to triumph.
That game would have been lost without your healer.
Together, we will be victorious.
Order is right. Things can change if you make the move to change them. So what's your move, Anduin? I'm here, aren't I? Maybe the move's already been made, but I'll think more on the next one.
I will help anyone in need.
Rathian's done much since returning to the Dragon Isles. Have you had any contact with him?
I do what I can.
He's tried. I've been dodging Black Talon almost as much as SI-7. I know he just wants to help, like the others. But what could they say? What could I say? Rathian had his greatest wish before him in the Dragon Isles, to reunite with his flight. The last thing I would want is to distract him from that purpose. Anduin, wait, you're friends with a dragon? A dragon? You're just casually friends with a legendary beast known to scour the lands and grant wishes? I don't think Rathian would be keen on either of those things. He's self-centered and boastful, and a good friend I should have not neglected for so long. We also often play a game together, like this. I think this one's even more suited to his taste. He'd like it. Well then, when you go apologize, you'll have to introduce me. I'm not sure Stormwind would survive the chaos caused by the two of you in one row.
We are in this together. Together, we will be victorious.
I should be getting back to my post. Thank you for this. I think I needed that too.
We will not allow Xal'atath to triumph.
Commemorative Light's Gambit Championship Signet.
Inspire others to do better.
That down at the keep pile. You two had better make time to play me again. Next time we can play a game I learned in Pandaria. I think you'll find its approach to victory as interesting as Rathian did. I have no idea what that means, but I'm excited to find out. Three pluses to story. Moving on. Ah! Yeah, good character moments, good world building moments, good continuity moments. Plus, plus, plus. Yeah, I love that tiny little mention, by the way. We've all already been kind of suspicious of the Empire of the Arathi, but that's pretty much confirmation that they're not going to be as welcoming as everyone else has been. Squash casserole. That sounds interesting. Okay, so that's a delve, that's a delve. God, where to start? We've got quests every frickin' where. Let's do these ones first, because these are the first ones we encountered. How could you possibly fraternize with these people, General Steelstrike? They wield the Void, and Fell, and Arcane. Ugh. Ugh, ugh, ugh.
I would safeguard my people. Our holy mission takes a toll.
Meanwhile, our advantage is air superiority. The Nerubians are threatening that with their mines. Your mount is more maneuverable than our skiffs. Get in the air and take those mines out. I will deploy what resources I can to provide you some blessings to augment your capabilities. It wasn't there, Huthor. I didn't see it. I even looked when I was going through there.
We are surrounded by dangers.
I will not yield this ground. Get out there and kill anything with more than 2 legs.
We lose so many to the darkness.
I would love doing this quest as a Nerubian if they ever make them playable. Unfortunately, that's a trip. So just get it over with. I'm gonna laugh if it's not there. Oh yeah, well, they also wield death. What? Yeah, they just have undead. What? I mean, it's been funny enough doing War Within as an Earthen. For the record, as much as I joke, I'm not actually bothered by them not acknowledging our species. Now, having said that, one of the things the old content team could do is go back and just add nods, acknowledgements, you know? It doesn't have to be much, because you don't want to actually change the quest structure, but like, imagine if someone's like, you don't understand what being an Earthen would be like. Pause. Turn to look at you. Okay, I suppose you would. But ignoring that, and then they just continue talking like normal. You know, something like that. Add little acknowledgements. If race equals this, then do this. So, I don't see anything. Thor has lied to me for the last time. I'm afraid I'm going to have to exact a heavy toll. For real, there's nothing here. Oh, interesting, this Mirror Star. No, I didn't know he reacted that way. Don't believe I've ever done Dragonflight as a Draenei. Oh yeah, we also have literal demons. Because we have the Penitent. And you could play a Draenei Warlock, so you could be a demonology demon. Who summons demons. For the light! For God's sakes. Okay. To Merildar. Since it's on the way. Hey, Pillars of Snow. The HUD should be up to date? It's close enough to up to date. The positives have been happening so fast. The script that updates this updates it every 10 minutes. So pretty much every 10 minutes there's more positives that just show up.
I must ensure my people survive.
Nothing. So let's try anything else. Whoop, yep, too far up.
New reserves are readying to enter the front lines. Sparring with you would teach them much.
Where is she?
We are the holders of hope.
Behold the quest. Team edgy. I like it. Yes, ain't nothing here. Once again, you have failed me, Admiral Hoover.
Always be prepared.
Exactly, Yura. See, there's the sky. If it's actual 24 hours and not server reset, that's weird. Like, they have the tech for that, but that's weird that they would do that. When did we do that quest yesterday? Was that first shift or second shift? Because I really don't remember. That would make sense, because we did MSQ first shift and then secondary second shift. Alright, back to the killing. We got a kill for Yura. Yura's missed out on all kinds of spoiler killing. Also, if any of you want to rebel against your queen, we'll let you live, just so you know. Goodbye. So since I'm a little bit better geared, if anybody was down for, say, trying to hit up a heroic or two on the second shift, well, let me know. Alright. Since it's the weekend and all. I know Evo would hate doing that. I know Valerian would rather die than be dragged to a dungeon. Yeah. Nice. Kraken's on. Congrats. Odd question. That cooking recipe? No, but it's on the list, Yura. Is it BOA? Is it Warbound? The one Kraken's-on just mentioned. It's not. I can do whatever at this point. I have better gear for both tanking and healing, but I can do whatever. I mean, that it does seem to be the pattern, doesn't it, off the deep end, for every MMO we covered. Why is this not counting? I have to go through them. Oh, you want me to hit the sky mines, don't you? These ones. No? I'll deal with that in a minute, though. FF14, right? ARR. We have to deal with ARR to get to the good stuff. Guild Wars 2, we have to deal with Vanilla and Heart of Thorns to get to the good stuff. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see that because somebody was like, hey, go up top immediately. And I was like, okay. I should never have listened to Huthor.
We are far from the Empire. We must rely on outsiders to save the Arathi.
Okay. They have their bulwark, I suppose. Let's head over here. The creepy hellscape. What are you doing down here? Magron shouldn't even exist in this world. Okay, we're just gonna move on. You saw nothing. You saw nothing.
The flame burns for all of us.
What is this place? I scarcely know myself. It was deserted when we arrived, save for a variety of wildlife that are taking shelter here. Two of the camp's inhabitants showed up shortly after we did. They didn't ask us to leave, but they didn't really speak to us either. They just returned to their duties. Well, this wild overgrowth is far underground. I don't understand it at all, but The area is soothing respite from the Nerubian attacks, at least. So, what's going on here?
Stay productive in the
Things with
light,
these strangers are
vigilant in the night.
tense. We do appreciate being allowed to take cover here, but they only seem to tolerate us at best. We offered to share supplies. That offended them somehow? My sister's gravely wounded. I could see the herbs I could use to help her in that tent over there, but that giant snail's blocking the entrance and I can't get to them. I asked the guard on the hill for aid, but all he did was glare. I don't know what to do. Maybe he'll listen to you.
May the shadows pass you by.
Mr. Snail is asleep. Okay, good. Excuse me.
Stranger.
It seems like things are strained between you and the Arathi. What can they do? He gives you a cold, steady stare and then returns his gaze to the camp below. Okay, then.
Now.
Nice guy. I will try you. And by you, of course, I mean you. Skitch, skitch, skitch.
You are strange to me.
Your eyes are full of questions. Yeah, it seems things are strained between you and the Arathi. What can they do? Strained? Strange. We have welcomed them into the haven of safety. It is true they do not understand us. We have ways that are private and sacred. I suspect that is true of you as well. I cannot tell you more, but if you wish to learn from us, even a little, you'll have to understand from another. A root ancient is not bound by the same rules as we, if you find one. So it will ease your mind and offer enlightenment.
Do not return, stranger.
Okay, but we're kind of in a hurry. Like, we need medical aid, and apparently I'm not a paladin. So, I'm a smuggler, you see. I was not expecting to find a coral ancient, but here we are. You're not unwelcome, stranger. I am the last. There was once a great lake. Over time, the roots ruptured its floor and drained the water away. I have lived here for all my lifetime and witnessed it all, but now darker things have come. Sometimes change comes with death. Decay is natural. But the mites that feed on my people are not. They're an odd infestation that makes my bark feel like it crawls from my body. Destroy the mites so I may rest without fear of their mouths on my sleeping form. Gross! Oh, I hate mites. Oh, I hate mites. Die. Die in a flaming fire. Ugh. Yeah, mites and ticks. We're gonna wipe them all out. We're not going to talk about the pit. Ever. It is quiet. Perhaps I will rest now with my people. I appreciate what you have done. Do not worry, I'm not finished yet. If you please, take this root to the one who sent you. I can read the history of my life in the rings of the root therein. My life is one of many in the tapestry, but we are all intertwined. These strangers you encounter may be reclusive, secretive even, but they understand his tapestry like no other, and guard it with their lives. Your new acquaintances are worth more than you know. Take care with them. Oh. By the way, you can actually see where the hole in the lake was burst out right here.
I do not know you.
Did you find this ancient?
Go now,
Though I
please.
see that this root, he was still alive. I understand. His story is safe with us.
Do not return, stranger.
You understand that others lead lives different to your own. Our ways restrict us. Our traditions are not for the ears of strangers. I've only spoken to you at all due to Orwena's word. I can feel Ohea's disapproval from here. It is uncomfortable to have many mysteries at times. It's why so many fear the dark. It is unknown. I know it must seem cryptic, but our ways do not mean we are offended by the Arathi. They are creating tension where it does not exist for us.
Go now, please.
Tell your ally they may take what they need. Yes, please, I missed it completely.
Beladar, shift in your favor.
What? They aren't offended? I'm so afraid of making things worse. Will you ask the creature I need to move so I can get the herbs?
Be prepared.
Yeah, could you move, please? Excuse me, we need some herbs behind you. Do you mind moving so we can reach them? Thank you. Grim, by definition, tends to involve not having hope, so I suppose that answers your questions, Are.
Step into the light.
I can't believe this is just a simple understanding. I shouldn't have made assumptions. Thank you for easing my mind and for helping my sister.
Stay alert.
Just a moment. Yeah, Dark Souls is grim. There's no hope in Dark Souls. There's no future there. You're either a corpse limping on forever, or you're dead. Take your pick. Sister, you alright? Ah, yes. It is good that you are well. Thank you, friend. Who are you? I am Nalea, one of the Haranir. And that's the end of that conversation. Well, I suppose that's a start. Interesting little bit of culture and world building for the Haranir. So, I know I was going to kind of do a swooping thing, but there's a couple of quests I kind of want to push to the top of the queue, so to speak. So why don't we help a married couple get together? I feel like that's a noble purpose. Myself of where the quest was. Yeah, there it is.
I do not recognize.
Oh, thank the hollows. You look like someone who can help. She dabs at her many eyes with a silken handkerchief. It's just horrible. It's terrible. It's a tragedy. My husband has gone missing. We were just wedded yesterday. It was such a wonderful ceremony. But when we were to retire for the evening, he disappeared. Could you find him and bring him home to me?
The Queen seems old.
Please bring him back to me. I feel like there's something missing inside without him here. Of course I'll help you. Hang on. I have super senses. I can find exactly where he is. Ah.
Who sent
Far too many off the deeper end. Are you Araxne's husband? Well, yes, I am, but I need help. Can you help? How can I help?
I will be watching. Go then.
Silken threads. I'm saved. It's incredibly important that I make it back home without my wife seeing me. I took off after a wedding night, and if she sees me, she's going to kill me. If the guards catch me, they'll alert her. Will you help me avoid the guards and get back home? Sure. And then the quest objective is to take him back to her.
Kahet is Korvan.
Why? Why is this the only option? This actually bothers me, by the way. There's no take him home, don't take him home choice. There's just take him home. Come on. Oh, for God's sakes. Also, yes, this is the beckoning quest from FF14. Yeah, I was gonna say, Shelob definitely qualifies. I know there's others, I just can't think of any off the top of my head. This is so horrible. Why do we do this? Why do we do this? Like, I'm debating a negative for this because there is no other option other than to just do it. Like, he is so relieved to find us, and he's like, oh, please help me get out of here. And we're like, no problem. We straight up betray this guy. Just straight up. That guard needs to go away. He's like right there. There he goes. I wouldn't be bothered if there was an option to take him home. There isn't. There is one choice for this quest. Anyways, I've given away too much here, of course, but, like, everyone who's done this quest that I know of immediately sussed out what's going on here. Immediately. So... Araxne.
Who sent you? Kahet is Korvan.
Hordrunner, you said you wouldn't let my wife see me. Here's Klaskin. Who do you think sent them to find you? Now for tradition. And yeah, so she murders her husband right there. Ignore this. This is kind of buggy. Anyway, so yeah, murders her husband. You find a crumpled page of a journal wrapped around a small key. I always suspected Araxne was a traditionalist, but I didn't think she'd go this far. I don't know where I'm going, but I just have to get away from her. To whoever finds this, it means the worst has come to pass. This key unlocks a chest that contains all my worldly possessions. They are yours. All I ask is you avenge me by slaying Araxne. Araxne followed ancient Nerubian tradition and ate her husband after their wedding. Klaskin suspected she might and hid a note with a key on it asking for revenge. So now we go kill our quest giver. Quite literally. Why? Did we have unfinished business? Consuming one's husband is a Nerubian right. Yeah, we've had a couple of other asterisks or technicallys or things that people disagree about, whether or not it's a negative or not. This is just, what? Say hi to your husband for me. Contents of this chest now belong to you. Love's last grasp. Cool. Negative to story. What the hell? Yeah, negative to story. Moving on. Now let's see here. Is that it? No, that's it. If it was a choice, I wouldn't have dinged it, honestly.
What are you doing here?
Why, hello there, little Earthen. You seem like you might be able to assist me. You see, my dear mate Amethax fell into a sharp dagger. Her body was taken to the pillar nest Zesh, just below where we stand. Zesh is used to dispose of all sorts of bodies that we never speak of again. Unfortunately, I have need to speak to Amethax because she has the key to my new Highbarrow's burrow on her when she died. Dreadful timing, really. Would you go fetch it? Do beware the spiders. I need my key.
The Queen sees all.
You are not the first I've sent on this quest, but you seem more competent. Hurry back with my key. Okay. Arachnophobia warning. Yeah, she fell on a dagger, and she still has the key to his new estate that he just got. Coincidentally, very recently. I'm giving y'all a few seconds to, like, peace out for this, because this is one of the only places that bothers a lot of people in this game. You've heard us refer to this as the Nope Cave 2.0. I'm fine with this. Couple moving pieces, not gonna lie. Oh, hey, there's a guy down here. So, this is your last warning. Okay. Warning, 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 warning. That's probably good enough. So he's got a couple of hangers-ons on his undead form.
What now?
The name of this quest is, And Now I'm Arachnophobic. Who is there? Someone? Did I imagine you? I'm Albert. I was a Pathfinder once. Now that I'm blind, I see no paths. Seems wrong to call myself Pathfinder Hansen. I can hear, though. I can hear them eating. They eat the fresh parts. My eyes. My insides. It hurts all the time. They don't want my rotten pieces. The decayed parts are all I have left. The worst of me. I wasn't alone in here. I had fellow Pathfinders, and I keep hearing sobbing from the walls. Do you hear them, too?
Trust no one.
I heard them over here. Or was it over this way? What was that? Is that a spider? Ah! Well, let's see if we can find anybody. Nope, that was a person. How would we describe that? There's a few was people here. We'll wait a sec for that player to go away. Don't want to screw up the cutscene. Ugh.
What is it?
You have spiders on you, Albert. Do I? Where? Never mind. Feels like hair is tickling my neck, but I don't have hair anymore.
Beware the living.
They're all dead then.
Watch your back. Remember.
I don't require vengeance on my behalf, but I would like vengeance for all my friends that were eaten. I didn't think the horror of Zesh is real, but she is Zeshira, a shadow of a nightmare, making a brood of monsters while she stays out of reach. This horror is ancient and beyond us, but we can still make her pay. Pull hard on a web strand if you need to. Deal with whatever comes. We'll escape after some justice is had.
Embrace the shadow.
What am I keeping an eye on from the ceiling? I feel like there might be something I'm supposed to be looking at here. Love us. Did you look up? Notice the game flat out tells you to look up, too. Just to make absolutely sure. See you around, Phoenix Cow. Morning, Ross. Arachnophobia warning. Help! Help! And then it reaches down and melts him alive. Literally, there's nothing left but his skull. Albert's eyes were already dark, but any spark of life has faded from the rest of him as well. All that remains is his head, still full of maggots. Take him back to the Pathfinder seems the right thing to do. And that was the Nope Cave 2.0. Exit now. Oh, get out of here. Go away. I mean, it did that to the Nope Cave, the first one. Yeah, the first one was the Nope Cave. The second one is the Nope Cave, but in all caps. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that works for me. Disable that in just a sec. Go away. Away. Yeah, the crabs were legitimately horrifying. I think the fact that they were moving was part of it in the first Nope Cave. Because we got your key. You monster.
Where were you assigned?
Don't let the spiders eat you before you escape with my key.
I will be watching.
I don't want to hear the details about where you find it. I have no need for details. I'm very excited to move into my High Hollows burrow.
The Queen sees all.
Hopefully your friends will not have any unfortunate accidents while they're here. But if they do, have a lackey collect items you fancy from Zesh. Now, that sounds evil, but again, remember, one of the biggest things to remember about these things is they literally lack empathy. Exactly, like an absence of it, like they're broken. Which makes sense, because they are deliberately broken, but broken nonetheless. I really should be killing rares while I'm here. That didn't give any progress. Maybe I won't do those. Softly, they can hear your footsteps.
Who are you?
The ground listens. Who I am is unimportant. If anyone should ask you, especially my own people, I would consider it a kindness if you do not mention that we ever spoke. However, who you are is of great importance. You are someone unburdened by oaths I am sworn to. You can do things I am forbidden from interfering with, no matter how much good it might bring.
You didn't see me.
This place is infested with cave borers. They pose a threat to the great roots that stretch through this place. Yes, the tree provides sustenance for many living things, but this is not some small band of bugs nibbling on a leaf. This is a blight. Their numbers must be culled for the good of the whole. By my oath, I am unable to raise a hand to interfere. However, you have sworn no such oath. Will you do what must be done?
Farewell, stranger.
Cave borers are not social creatures as a rule. Seeing this many gather in one place speaks to intention. A worm collar of the Nerubians must be present. Find them and just recover the tool they used to call the worms here. With it, we can lead them away in time.
You didn't see me.
And yeah, well, this guy doesn't have tusks at all. Holy crap. So he lied to, but I know what you're talking about. Not quite trolls. Hey you! Get me away from these worms, please. I'll pay you. If I owe you one, I'll gladly sell any cartel members you need dirt on. Just get me down and don't move too much. They can hear your movement. Yeah, but did you notice we actually have a sound meter for while we're here? Yeah, you like Tremors? You ever seen Tremors? Yeah, it's literally called Tremor Sounds. Apparently very little. Pity. Oh yeah, Half-Life 2, that's another example of that.
Well.
Okay. Okay, I'm okay.
You trying something, pal?
Okay, I know what I'm beat. So I want to hire you as a champion of coin. Coin champ. This is all part of my brilliant enterprise and venture. See, these worms are great at rooting out rich minerals like a niffin sniffing out high-quality shrooms. I'm willing to bet all my money, and your life, that they found a vein of sivstone. Great stuff. Although I doubt a paladin would know how to use it. Tell you what, bring me a shipment's worth. I'll go halvesies on the profits with you.
You trying something, pal?
Sure. The writing on this book is a series of burns, slashes, punctures, and strange scents you lack the sensory organs to fully comprehend the meaning of. Hello, Elizar. You dare threaten my lovelies. My lovely jubblies. I'm gonna wait for the hunter over there. I'm not a dick. Oh, I think he tagged him. Yeah, he definitely tagged him. Make sure they eat all of me. Was his final words. That's a strange final request, but yeah, okay, sure, I guess. This gem resonates with a harmony that's more felt than heard. See you around off the deeper end. Trying to loot. Oh my god, I've been infected by Evo. What have you done to me, Evo? There is only one cure. The deadly bite of the eel. It doesn't actually do anything to you, but it stings a lot. I had a friend once who was playing, I think it was Might and Magic 8, something like that. Hello. Oh, jeez. Hello. And they had reached the point of the game where they long since didn't need any loot. Like, they were good on gear, they were good on gold. Chests only really gave gold, which, again, they didn't need any of. Also, for those who haven't played that game, chests can be cursed. So every time you opened a chest, you were risking whatever damage and irritation it would do to you just to get the loot inside. This person, immediately after making this determination of the fact that they didn't need any more loot, went to open another bundle of chests, which were cursed, which did damage to them, you know, like you do. And it was all for nothing. Like, it was for like 50 gold or something like that. And I remember being like, why did you loot? And they weren't thinking about it. It was so automatic. Oh, there's a chest. Blong. Ugh. Why did you loot? This is exactly why mimics actually work, by the way. Most players don't even think twice. A chest! Ah!
What's the damage?
Did you get the goods?
You trying something, pal?
That's all. Should get us started in Memarl and show those goons who's who. Here's your cut.
You trying something, pal?
Okay, color me impressed. You're officially my coin champ. It's like a champ, but I pay you to do things. It's like a mercenary, but with better branding. You should meet my business partner, Rip Snoodle. He's working out some deals with his own coin champs at the Niffin over Marl. Might have some more work for you, though. I recommend not buying anything he tries to sell you. You can find Marl east of here. Just follow your nose. You can smell it from a mile away.
You trying something, pal?
Yep, we're now a coin champ. No, I have not heard that, Elizar. I'm not sure why that's relevant, but I have not heard that.
What have the roots brought me?
You have my gratitude,
Farewell, stranger.
Sense more worms coming, as if they're drawn to this place.
You didn't see me.
What a strange gem. The song must be what's drawing the worms to this place.
Farewell, stranger.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. Oh, it's fine. Harry Potter has lore? Why didn't anyone tell me? Okay, we saw a bunch of quests up here last time we were here.
We cannot hide from evil. We carry the flame into the unknown.
Some of my people found a few Harnir. Didn't I already do that quest?
If you are lost in darkness, we are here to help.
Okay, whatever. That was a vector quest. We'll get to that in a minute. The time has come to deal with the Nerubian army. General Zevkal is massing a sizable force to the east. He intends to breach the wall and invade Halifal. There isn't much time. We do not have the strength for an all-out assault. To that end, the Weaver has sent Gazlo to assist us. I'm willing to do what it takes to save my people. And as fate would have it, I have a personal matter to tend while we're there.
Despite everything,
What's the plan?
the Orathi find joy.
High General Zevkal's forces are massing once more to the northeast. Intel provided by Gazlo, under the direction of the Weaver, shows their numbers too great for our forces to confront head-on. Excuse me, but I do my own directing? You know what I mean. On a personal note, I've uncovered a lead. A dear old friend of mine was captured by the Nerubians years ago. Rumor is he might be where they're heading. For all this time, I must know what happened to him. Will you mind bringing me my shield? Yeah, sure. Here you go.
A lamplighter brings hope.
Thank you. Gazlo, your thoughts? Yeah, I thought you'd never ask. Yeah, 3 of us are going to go behind and hit him from behind. To that end, why don't you grab a big old bag of beetle snacks? I got an idea of how to deal with their ballista, and by deal with him, I mean make him go boom. I do like making things go boom. Those'll do nicely. We should get going.
We are a light in the darkness. Be strong, my
We're actually going to come back to that.
You best be prepared.
This eyeless, mostly eaten, maggot-infested head. Albert! Oh no, what happened? We didn't know where his team had gone, just that they'd taken a mission near the city. I can't imagine the trauma he endured. Or what you had to do to get his remains back to us. We'll take it from here. Thank you for bringing him back. And I hope the nightmares that come from this don't linger, friend.
Keep a cool head. There's nothing I can't scale.
Right.
Don't forget to write.
Thank you for bringing Albert back to us. I'll bring him home when he's done here. He deserves his rest. Yeah, in case you missed it, there's Albert's skull. Yeah. Anyways. I don't understand your question at all, Ozar. I'm sorry. Do you mind clarifying? I like to think that we could resurrect Albert, but does he want to be resurrected at this point?
Can I help you?
Oh, there's another delve.
For the Alliance.
I'll go do a delve. Boop. And boop. While we're at the subject. Go away. There we go. Where's the... Yeah, Jeb is stuck in Azj-Kahet. Not a great place to be.
Who you be?
Let's do this one first.
Stay away from the voodoo.
The beast took our people. Dragged them away when we were getting our first rest and the escape. We only just escaped those Nerubians. We can't afford to lose more people. Search Pillar Nest Wash. It's where all those beasts come from. If we're lucky, our people are still alive.
Spirits be with you, man.
The spore-afflicted beasts at the Pillar Nest have been a thorn in our side since setting up Farron's advance. They be spreading thick clouds of spores. I've never seen anything like it. They already attacked once. Won't be long till they attack again. If we got any hope of surviving, we decode their numbers.
Later.
Those spore-addled beasts are no joke. Clear them out, but keep on your toes. Okay, I'll just go breathe the spores. I can smell everything. Sorry. Yeah, there's a specific... Not that the Shadowlands exist, but if they did, there's one that's just... It's just the Valley of the Four Winds, but the afterlife. No Sarok, no Mogu, no Mantid. That's a good question, Kraken's on. You okay there, Drog? My skull. You have my thanks, friend. I'll meet you back at Farron's advance. Let's see, if we had to construct an afterlife for the Niffin. Not really, Spartan. What do you got left, by the way, Mr. Sorry, I forgot to ask earlier. Like, what quests do you have left? If you're already up at 75. Let's rescue more dollar and survivees. Yeah, I stand by it. Survivees. It's the people who didn't... The people who survived failed to kills.
Hello, man. Be seeing ya.
You did all you could. Now be in your debt. We'll be honoring Jetty's memory by dealing with this nest.
Spirits be with you, man.
As I was dragged through the pillar nest, I caught a glimpse of Fungarians inside the cave. They were riddling those beasts with spores. The same spores that cloud around them all. Did you see a large Fungarian? There was a huge one, planting fungal spore pods around the cave. Maybe that was their leader? I didn't see any Fungarians, but I did see Jetty make a run for it. One of the fungal spore pods popped near him. He didn't make it. Ah, Fungarians. No wonder there'll be those spores inflicting the pillar nest. The fungal spore pods in that large Fungarian which you should be worried about.
Later.
Consider it a professional hunch, but those spores coming out of the fungal pods and the ones afflicting the beasts are all connected. Maybe we destroy the fungal pods. It'll slow down whatever beast those Fungarians have. Take these anti-fungal fire bombs. They're just fire. They're just fire.
Stay away from the voodoo.
Ymira's mention of the large Fungarian planting pods worries me. There'll be something down in that cave. We can't just be waiting for them to attack with a nest of mind-controlled beasts. We gotta prune that plan before it has a chance to bloom. Get to the pillar nest Vosh. Kill that Fungarian leader.
Be seeing ya.
I can do that. Okay, so I have two answers for you, Elizar. Do I think there's anything controversial worthy if they decided to have a black woman play Jaina Proudmoore? Nope. Not at all. Do I think people would try to make noise about it because they're stupid and or grifters? Yeah, absolutely. You probably missed it, but we had a whole discussion yesterday about what exactly a grifter is. And to summarize, it's someone who's trying to stir the pot for their own personal benefit, usually financial benefit. Either there's more eyes on them, in which case that they're getting more views, more clicks, and they can use you to boost their channel and their signal, or you're actually buying into their particular mentality, usually because there's something wrong with you, personally, in which case they can actually sell stuff to you. That's what a grifter is, put very, very simply. Don't listen to grifters. I'm not sure, you know. Like, if I suddenly was like... Yeah, no, it is a form of a sales pitch. That is true. It's a really diseased form of a sales pitch, but it is. Remember, they benefit whether you are looking at them, because you are the product, or if they're selling something to you. Either way, they get benefit out of that. Again, don't feed the trolls. It's the oldest rule of the internet. Don't feed the trolls. If I was to tell you, like, oh, I don't know, I'm trying to make up something really dumb. Because they're all dumb. The latest, you know, FF14 is dying. And I could prove it, because they've done something unacceptable. For some reason, Square has decided to make the main character have eyeballs. This is unacceptable. How many blind people in the world are upset about this? This is ridiculous. Where's our representation, huh? Where's our equality or equity or diversity? But no, Square continuously ignores its truest fan base and constantly tries to diminish the people who keep their great game alive and functional. Buy my new shirt. Oh yeah, follow me, subscribe, watch me on Kick. Of course they stream on Kick because they're garbage. Species is a little bit different, Elizar, because species implies things, right? If Spock was not half human, half Vulcan, that would change his character because his species helps define his character. By contrast, if you changed him to be, say, half Romulan, half human, then you could actually retain the same essence of his character. Or if you made him half Klingon, or if you made him half Vulcan and half Andorian, you could still retain the essence of who Spock is. So if Arthas was an orc, that wouldn't work, because orcs would have no reason to do or be who and what he is. Race, you gotta understand, the reason everyone's like about skin chases and it's so dumb is because it's dumb. Yeah, to continue this idea, if you make it so that Spock is played by a black guy, nothing changes. He's still a half Vulcan, half human. That's still part of his character and his history and his backstory. Nothing has changed. Actually, yeah, it would as a start, not gonna lie to you. Yeah, I admit I freely use the word race as well, because it's just kind of common nomenclature. But when you get down to it, it doesn't, like, there is a distinction between race and species, because species can and should be a part of a character in many cases. After all, species can inform, among other things, biology. Great example. Nerubians, right? We've just had quests today about how Nerubians' species, the pheromones and the way that they perceive the world, is significant for them, right? If the Nerubians were suddenly cats, not cat people, just cats, that would change that.
Talk to me.
Excellent work, my friend. That'll keep the beast in check.
Spirits be with you,
The
man.
Hungarian leader's plans are over and the camp is safe. Thank you, friend.
Be seeing ya.
Now the Hungarians have been stopped. Pilanest Vosh gonna be a hell of an issue. Less of an issue. Farron's advance is safe for now. Safety down here? I suspect I'll be sleeping with one eye open. I won't soon forget the feeling of those webs. I will watch and make sure those beasts don't stray too close to camp. If they do, they will discover why I'm called Skullbreaker. I'll whip something up to rest your mind. Help you rest. The Arathi are like, whoa, scritch, 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 scritch. But no, like, cats have the whole thing with, like, they do have a scent-related thing because they perceive more through their nose than their eyes and identifiers and blah, 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 blah. So that would be a thing. It would be different. But you get my point. The biology does inform in some cases. That, of course, only applies to fiction.
What can I do?
What?
That's enough gabbing for me today.
Fine, do it. You're a stronger person than I am, Crockenson. I got tired of it years ago. I don't even engage in it anymore. It's just like, nah, I'm good. But you're wrong. That's cool. That's.
We owe our service to
I was
those
hoping to
in
finish that
need.
quest. Looks like we're not going to manage, so we got that. That's going to be over there. That's the follow through on that. That's the Hellscape. And then we've got... That is the... One of these is the Alchemy quest. The other one's the... I'm not sure what it is. There's a quest called That's Pretty Gross. It's a great quest. And then we should have a few more in the city proper. I'm pretty sure the beginning of the end is the one that leads to the raid. Lol. Drakenson. For now, I'm going to grab lunch. I'll be back in a bit.